I guess we can do the minutes later, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
When we're not talking to Shelley.
You can do the minutes now if you need to.
I
Well,
put
we
it
got
later.
them on for
Oh,
later.
okay.
Add it on later.
Yeah, so Miss Shelley Murphy from Helena, Montana.
Woohoo! Well, thank you once again for having me. I've been in communication with Charlie on this eligibility form that I handed out. As you probably remember, we've gone through this before, so this should be slick for us to go through. I think just with the shuffle with Kellyanne leaving and Charlie taking over and whatnot, it's sort of gotten lost. And Charlie asked if I wouldn't mind coming down and just going through it so we're all on the same page again, and that helps her out as well. So if you remember, we have to fill this eligibility form out. Theoretically, it takes effect July 1st of 2015. But again, with all of the things that have been happening, we're sort of into December, obviously. It doesn't really affect anything in terms of what we do or how we manage the plan. We just want something on file from each county that tells us, hey, this is how Mineral County wants us to administer their plan. Part of the moving parts of this were to determine if Mineral County was going to file this year as an ALE with healthcare reform or an applicable large employer. And if you remember, we talked about this year the requirements for determining an ALE status is if an employer has 100 or more employees, and next year it starts with 50 or more employees. So it was our recommendation from MACO to, if you know you're going to have to start filing next year as an ALE, to go ahead and start filing this year as an ALE. Charlie did attend the training that we had in Great Falls a few months ago. And when I visited this morning, it's the intent of Mineral County, Charlie, to file as an ALE. Is that
It'll
correct?
just be way better to file as an ALE than, because it fluctuates a little bit, but I don't want to keep changing it. I think I just want to do the reporting one time a year.
Okay.
Right
So,
now, are we just kicking the can down the road anyway? We wait?
right, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
essentially all you're
Yeah.
doing is buying yourself 6 months to
Right.
figure it out.
Right,
And
yeah.
that's, we recommend if you're going to have to file this coming year as an ALE to just go ahead and do it.
What is the feeling from the insurance industry about this? Is this going to make rates eventually go up or down or stay the same?
Well, what we've heard from the insurance marketplace, because that's where anybody that's not covered primarily through a group health insurance has had to go to buy insurance. They either buy an individual policy or directly through the exchange. We've heard those rates through the exchange are skyrocketing.
Oh, really?
Starting January 1. But that's to be expected because the people that got on the exchange right away when it was first available are the people that had pre-existings and couldn't get insurance. So the sickies are the ones who sort of jumped on. There was a few of the law-abiding citizens that got on because they didn't want to get the tax penalty, but the overall percentage was more sickies than the healthies, and so it didn't.
Well, and plus the tax fee was so minimal or nominal that
Right.
nobody...
Right. So now the tax fee has gone up, and I think we'll see that ratio start to balance out a little bit as far as the sickies versus the healthies that are doing it to avoid the tax penalty. But then again, everything could change. Trump's already said if he gets in office, he's going to repeal the whole thing. And so who knows what will happen when we get a new president, or who gets into office. We don't know, but as of right now, this is the way we have to do it. So I do think there's a lot of people signing up on the exchange now that the tax penalties have gotten stiffer. And now with these reporting
The fact that
aspects.
exchange is skyrocketing, will that eventually hit other companies and or the MACO trust?
It's not going to affect MACO because we're not subject to all the healthcare reform rules in terms of where we have to set our rates. The only thing that healthcare reform mandates is that you have, number one, a plan that meets minimum essential requirements, which we have for years past, long before healthcare reform came along. That was why a lot of plans last year saw rate spikes, is because they didn't meet those minimum essential requirements as mandated by healthcare reform, and so they had to essentially increase or pad their levels of coverage, and so of course that affected their rates. So the healthcare trust has always met that. Affordability, that's determined by the counties or the employers, what they're paying, how much they're contributing,
And how healthy they are.
and making sure that your health insurance plan is financially stable, which we are. We're doing extraordinary. We are very prelim, but we are looking for another 0% rate renewal this year because the plan is doing so well come
Oh, that's good to
July.
hear. I
So
thought
we,
all this mess was gonna start affecting the,
no, we're actually looking at, we just talked to our actuary last week, and this is preliminary, but he's going to propose probably a 4 to 6%, and the trustees, I'm sure, because of the financial state that we're in, are going to use some of our reserves and buy that down again to 0%. So
Oh,
I
that's
look
good.
forward to that happening again this year, or being very minuscule. Of course, remember the way that we do our rates is the actuary looks at the overall state of the trust, sets an average rate increase for the trust. He recommends it to our trustees, and then they can go from there. And then he also, our actuary analyzes each individual county based on their claims experience. And you can either, you can receive the average rate increase for the or rate renewal for the trust. You can receive up to 10% below the rate renewal of the trust. Or if you're performing very poorly, the most you would ever receive is 5% above the average of the trust. So there's some rate protection, and we have the ability to drop somebody's rates if they're performing very well compared to the trust as well. So, but that's what I think. Last year we were a 0.6% here in Mineral County. So I, barring any large claims, and I believe when we looked at conference at Mineral County's Verisk report, I didn't see anything popping up on there that looked like it would affect Mineral County. So I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that we'll stay right close to where we were.
So you mentioned that MACO wasn't obligated by Obamacare to raise their rates or the way everybody else is. Why is that?
So healthcare reform mandates that a insurance plan has what they consider minimum essential coverage. So things like baby coverage, pregnancy coverage. That was one thing that I know was big. There were plans out there that, say, yourself or Roman or Dwayne could go buy that were specifically for males that didn't cover pregnancy because a male wouldn't need that. Well, now with healthcare reform, you can't do that. It essentially leveled the playing field a little bit for health insurance plans, saying that this basic level of coverage, all insurance plans had to cover these minimum essential requirements. And so in doing so, you might have been paying less for that plan that didn't cover pharmacy or didn't cover pregnancy, and you were okay with that because those are things you didn't need. Well, now that plan would have to cover those things, and in order to financially stay sound, their rates would have had to go up in order to bring that coverage in.
So with that same mindset, if pie in the sky happens and Obamacare gets erased and we start over from the beginning, are the rates likely for the county to go down?
I can't speak to that per se because, like I said, we've always had a higher level of, I guess if you would, plush benefits that we offer to our counties. We've always had a high level of insurability. So there's, we've always covered pregnancy. We've always covered pharmacy. We've always had no more than a $5,000 out of pocket. We've always had those extra layers in there for our county employees. So as I was just mentioning when Roman asked the question, our trust is performing very well, and we did not see those huge rate spikes with the introduction of healthcare reform. So I look for our trust to remain steady as to where we're at. We didn't see the 15 to 30% rate hikes that a lot of those insurance companies did.
Okay.
Okay, so as we go through this, again, it should go fairly quickly. We have decided we're going to file as an ALE county. So this eligibility form, I also handed out a copy of the directions, and it's just sort of our recommendations based on which way you're going to file. You don't have to read it. I can just tell you. First box we're going to look at is Class 1 employee. These are going to be your regularly scheduled full-time and part-time employees. So these are the employees that are eligible for benefits because they're regularly scheduled. You have to tell me how many hours, what is the minimum number of hours an employee can work either per month or per week in order to obtain benefits. It should closely follow your personnel policy, which Charlie also said you guys are just in the process of revamping as well. If you were to do 20 hours per week, then that's what we would administer. Somebody would have to work 20 hours per week in order to qualify for the benefits.
But now we could do it that they could pay for their own benefits. They're eligible at 20 hours, but they're 100% responsible.
That, yes, as far as contribution, that is completely up to the county. This is just saying who's eligible to obtain the insurance. You're exactly right.
Right.
So if you do,
We have to offer it, we don't have to pay for it.
right,
Right.
And
And then they
that's-
have to start paying for it at the 30 hours, which in 16.
well, yes.
Right.
30 hours is considered full-time by healthcare reform, so that person has to be eligible. We don't say that you have to pay for it, but the law of affordability is going to require that you probably,
Right.
you know, you'd have to, based on their wages, Charlie, you'd have to work those numbers out to see how
The
much you.
affordability portion of it.
Yeah, and that's what would determine how much of a contribution you'd want to make sure and have for that employee. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mineral County pays 100% of a full-time, and then do you prorate 3/4 time right now? It's just full-time.
Just full time.
Okay, so then if somebody's working 20 or 25 hours a week, they're eligible, but they have to pay for it? Okay, so is that, what do you use now to determine eligibility? Is it 20 hours a week?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can either keep it the exact same, or if you want it to be a little more lenient, and I'll tell you the only reason why I've had some counties, well, a lot of counties are going to it, but dispatch. A lot of times your dispatch might not be able to get 20 hours a week, but they could get 87 hours per month. So they might work 15 hours one week, 50 hours another week, and then it's based on the average. So that, the minimum number of hours you can require for your Class 1 employees, which are regularly scheduled, full and part-time, is either 20 hours a week or 87 hours a month. So then you have to tell us what you want your eligibility to be. And then also at the bottom of the box on Class 1 employees, the waiting period. This cannot exceed 90 days. So if you used to have a 60-day wait or a 90-day wait and then first of the month following, we have to revamp that so that it's simply
Yeah.
less than 90 days.
And I believe they've always had 30 days.
30 days, first of the month following 30 days.
First of the month following the 30 days.
So I would probably just keep it the same
Yeah.
for those Class 1 employees. So that's how you'll fill out that first box, depending
Okay.
on if you want the per week or per month and how many hours you want to.
So what do you guys want for that?
I think the 20 hours is fine, don't you?
Yeah, and 87 a month, I think we could.
Which one do you want, 20 hours a week or 87 a month?
It's either or.
Oh, well, like with Mark, I wonder if the 87 hours would be better, because what if he comes in and fills in for Roy and?
It doesn't matter. He's not regularly scheduled.
Oh, okay.
It's somebody who's regularly scheduled to
Oh,
work
okay.
20 hours a
Yeah.
week. So if somebody's filling in, even for a month, based on the calendar year, he's still not going to qualify.
Filling in, are they working half-time somewhere else and then filling in here and there for somebody that's out? Or
No, like our janitorial. So we have two of them. Sometimes the one who works less than 20 hours a week will fill in for the one that has the 40 hours.
If
per
the
week.
regular janitor goes on a hunting trip for 2 weeks, then the guy that's only here 20 hours a week steps up and becomes a full-time guy until he returns from his hunting trip.
So is he regularly scheduled 20 hours or less?
Yes, he's
Yeah.
regularly scheduled
For like 13 or 14.
14 hours a week.
So he is a regularly scheduled employee then,
Mm-hmm.
part-time
For those,
employee.
for those under 20 hours.
So that could then affect him, Charlie, because he is regularly scheduled, even if, let's say it's only
Oh.
10 hours a week. But then if he steps up, because he's on the payroll year-round, right?
He's on the payroll year round, but he's still not meeting the minimum requirement of 20 hours a week.
But see, that's, she's saying regularly scheduled regardless of the number of hours. If he exceeds, you're saying regularly scheduled for more than 14.
Yeah, I
But
thought
she
it
just
was
meaning-
20 or.
No.
You can do 20 hours a week regularly scheduled, which would exclude that gentleman. If you did 87 hours per month, he'd have to be regularly scheduled for that. I still don't think it would.
Yeah, when does it become regularly scheduled? Is it after 3 months he's regularly scheduled at 80 hours?
Yeah, I don't think he'd ever meet that, because even at 87 hours a month, he'd have to be regularly scheduled that. And if he's only picking those hours up to fill in, and then I think,
We're okay?
yeah, then I think you're fine staying at
So you
20
would go to
hours.
87 hours.
Well, so we're not fine with what we first thought, that he's not regularly scheduled for more than 20 hours a week, but he suddenly becomes it. Is he
Sometimes.
still exempt from that then, because he's not regularly scheduled for that many hours? It's just on a temporary fill-in
Well,
as
it's
he...
just like this morning, you know, the regular janitor had to be out plowing snow, so then he filled in, did some of his cleaning, so he'd probably did a few more hours this morning because he was, yeah, so it's, you never know.
It's hit and miss, but-
It's not a really regularly scheduled when he's gonna go over the 20 hours.
So maybe what I would suggest, and depending on your intent, if you want to include him to be eligible for insurance, not saying you're paying for it, but if you want to include him or leave it as is where he is not eligible, maybe check payroll records and see if there was ever a month that he even met 87 hours a month. Because if there wasn't, why then it's sort of a moot point. You can leave it at 20 hours a week. If there was, then technically, yes, he would be offered, you could offer him insurance. And then when he did not meet eligibility, he'd have to go off and be offered COBRA, which is self-pay, but he could have COBRA benefits.
It just seems like, well, what would you recommend? It seems like there's more latitude for us to not have to worry about it with the 87, but what's the pros and cons with the 20 versus 87?
Pros and cons really is dependent upon inclusion or exclusion, depending on how you want to, if there's somebody that you want to include for
Oh.
benefits. I think 87 hours a month is a little more lenient for those people that have some flexible schedules or some flexibility in their hours each week. 20 hours a week is probably more of a hard number because it's, hey, if you don't work 20 hours a week, you don't get benefits. That's probably easier to administer as well, 20 hours a week.
Because I'm going to have to be checking that.
Yeah, and at some point, a gentleman like that janitor would almost fall into having to do look backs on a part-time, your class 2 employee, but since he is regularly scheduled 13 or 14 hours a week, technically he's a class 1 employee. If you leave it at 20 hours a week, he's probably not ever going to meet that. If you put it at 87 a month, potentially he could, maybe.
I like 20.
I do too.
Easy, yeah.
I think it's 20
20's
cleaner
easy.
and easier.
Yeah.
That's always been the intent.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess we'll stick with 20, huh?
Okay. And then waiting period, first of the month following 30 days.
Yep.
Okay. And if you ever want to change this eligibility form, we just fill out a new one and send it into our office. So we can change this at any time. If you start looking through employees and there's some people that probably need to be included and aren't, you can change this form whenever you want to.
Okay.
30 days. Okay. Class 2 employees, you're going to check the box yes on this because you are choosing to file as an ALE county. These Class 2 employees are going to be all of your short-term, temporary, seasonal type employees. These are variable hour employees. So they're not regularly scheduled employees. These are these Class 2, these are the buggers that you have to calculate full-time equivalents. You have to put all of them together and figure out, take all of their hours, put them in a big pot, figure out how many full-time equivalents you have, if you're close to the number of an ALE or not. So good news is Miss Charlie has all of that under control. The next thing you have to do with these employees is you have to check month by month to see if they're meeting your eligibility requirements, and if in any one month they do meet those requirements to be eligible for insurance, you have to offer it to them. If you fail to do so, you could be liable for a full year's worth of coverage for them and paying for it. So this is the bulk of where the timekeeping and the record keeping comes from, are these Class 2 employees with healthcare reform.
And that's why if we have anybody like that, which right now we don't really, but if we ever were to, the department head is gonna have to let us know way in advance.
And this is also where you can determine, so you can have a completely separate minimum number of hours or maximum number of hours than your Class 1 employees. So you can do it differently here. If you want your Class 2 employees to have to work 30 hours per week or more, that's what they would have to average. So this is your opportunity to help you, Charlie, to say, okay, if they're not working at least 30 hours per week, because I feel that's the most strict, then they're not eligible for coverage. And again, it depends on the intent to include or exclude. And maybe you don't even have any employees that this would really affect or not affect. But keep in mind, again, intent to exclude or include, and then more strict, I feel, is by the week. Less strict, I feel, is by the month. Now, the other part of this is if somebody works 40 hours a week for 6 months, theoretically, they would get insurance for those 6 months, right? But with the Class 2 employees, you're allowed a look-back period, and that is under letter A on there. We recommend 12 months because that employee that's working 40 hours a week for 6 months, if we average those 6 months of hours out over the course of 12 months, that employee just dropped to 20 hours per week, essentially. Then you would go down to letter B, and we're requiring 30 hours a week, did not meet that, not eligible for insurance. So this is your opportunity to kind of play with that based on what Charlie knows about your employees and your recommendations for how you want it to go. We definitely want a 12-month look-back period.
Okay.
That's the most generous to average the hours out. So we definitely under A want 12 months there. Under B, you tell me if we want to, how many hours per week or per month, just like we did in Class 1, but it can be different. And then if you flip the page under C, what's that?
I think it should be 30.
I think that's the, I think that's the strictest
Okay.
to keep it. Any seasonal or temporaries that you hire now, they are not eligible for insurance, correct? So I would probably leave it at 30.
Okay.
And if you flip to C, administrative period, this is just stuff that Charlie has to take care of. If you are doing a 12-month measurement period, it has to be 30 days. So that one's easy. And then coverage period must be equal to or longer than the look back, so that one has to be 12 months. Those are just healthcare reform numbers. The two most important are A and B on the front, which is a 12-month look back, and then 30 hours per week. And then Class 3, we're going to check yes on that one. This is for your elected officials. And the elected official Class 3 employee waiting periods. Do your elected officials, do you now have a waiting period? Is it the same? Is it?
If they're newly elected?
If they're newly
Yeah,
elected.
30 days, isn't it?
It's like the first.
Exactly. So first of the month following 30 days?
Mhm.
Okay. Do you want to leave it at that?
Probably, that's how it's been.
Yes,
Everybody
okay.
else, yeah.
Okay. So that's easy. And then I just need, Charlie's got the official copy, that one signed, and I can take that back and put it on file. And then that helps you, I think, Charlie, as far as
Yeah.
now how you're going to calculate and start reporting.
Yep. And I've signed up for the IRS,
Oh, good. The registration.
but it takes however long it takes, I guess.
I had a gentleman sign up from Choteau County, and he had his password within a couple of weeks.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So hopefully you'll get it, and then you have to go back on and sign up and run your test runs for the electronic filing. And then you'll be set to go.
Okay.
So But it did accept, when you registered, it accepted it?
Yeah,
Okay, good.
yep.
We've had a couple people that it didn't accept, and then if you try too many times, it locks you out for 48 hours, and
So you have to
very-
sign that now before you,
I
are you
signed
going
it.
to, are you going to Hell in a Handbasket now, today?
yes.
Ooh,
They're calling for rain,
I know.
freezing rain, so I want to get that way as
Okay.
far as I can, if that's okay.
Yeah,
yeah.
Okay.
thank you so much.
Yes. You're
So
welcome.
where do we put our John?
Oh,
hand
Charlie
copy?
signed it, but I.
Oh, do you need us to sign it?
Perfect. Thank you. Sorry to have to
Just
go
next
through
to her
that again
name?
with you. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I guess I should get a copy of that.
Yeah, I can make you a copy, Charlie. I'll just borrow your machine in your office. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's great.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions on this for me? Comments?
No, thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Yes, you're welcome. I'll make you a copy and leave this on your desk. Okay?
All right, sweet, thank you.
Thank
Right,
you.
be
Yeah.
careful going
Thank
back.
you. Merry
Yeah,
Christmas.
yeah.
Fine. Actually, Charlie sent me a revised that I wasn't on till 9:30, so.
Morning, Carol.
How you doing there, Dennis?
Well, Gimpin'
Election
Limpin'.
clerks for Alberton.
As long as you're still upright and going, that's all that
Come in and
counts.
sign
Yeah.
checks, say he'd forgotten to pay the election clerks for Alberton. For their.
Yeah, that day of the, yeah.
So, anyway, that's what.
It says overspent expenditures. You already going over our budget? Overspent, or is that just the title of that document?
It's overspent because we don't have the other budget figures put in there.
Oh, gotcha.
Once we put it in there, then
We should stop seeing that little flag.
you should stop seeing that little star. Maybe we can get an update from
Jessica?
Jessica
I saw
on where
she
we
did.
are.
So you've seen this letter, Carol? I'm trying to read real quick, but I guess you can give me your opinion.
I didn't think about it until like early this morning, about 3 when I woke up. Oh crap, I hope I was supposed to send that letter on to Carol too.
No,
Kevin did?
Kevin told me that I'd probably get it when I came here to the commission.
Okay,
So I have not seen it, but he and I talked.
Need this signed, Lori?
That's just for you.
What's the letter
No, it
about?
was
Oh,
just,
that's-
yeah,
oh,
it's just your
copy.
copy of the checks that I came in and so that,
Okay.
yeah.
There you go.
Thank
And
you.
I told them yesterday from now on, and, you know, so that we have, so you can see what was signed.
Have you seen this, Lori?
Hmm?
Have you seen this?
Yeah, I read it on my email.
Yeah, sounds good. Anything you think we should add or take away, or?
No, I think Kevin's worded it pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
Did a good job.
What was the subject matter on that?
The West Fork Trout Creek.
And I can talk, I'll talk a little bit about that as.
Yeah.
Okay, just to give you some updates of what we've been doing since I visited with you last. We've been pretty active in our timber program. And currently we have 2 active sales going up in Lost Creek, which would be out of the Cedar Tom. We have Paul Severdston from over in the Cataldo area. has got a line machine. He's logging the skyline units up in there. Still going. Lori Lewis was going up there this morning to see how much snow and whatnot. And they've hauled a little bit over 50 loads out of that sale so far. And she said, doing a good job, so. And I think they've had to plow snow once.
Is
They
Gary
come-
Bailey helping out on that, do you know?
He is, he's on a different portion of it. Gary's working over here in Lower Thompson.
Oh, okay.
And he's shut down right now just due to where he's working with all that rain and that warm weather we had, the skidding, it was just too soft. And
He's
Lori
all-
was up there yesterday and they tried to skid and it was just too soft.
Getting muddy.
Still too soft. It's
He's
not.
all ground skidding.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and so he's shut down right now, but they're checking it, and if we could get some
Snow on the ground.
snowpack and a little cooler weather, we'd hope to get them back. And they've hauled about 30 loads out of there, and that's up in what we call that little baldy up Johnson Creek, actually kind of right behind where Kevin Chamberlain lives in. So again, doing a good job, and so they're working then up there, just getting their landings, all the stuff cleaned up off of their landings. Well, they can't do any skidding here before the holidays. And then up on that Lower Thompson sale, up off of the Thompson Peak, as you go toward Thompson Peak Lookout, there's a Ben Smith, and Lori thought he's either out of Missoula or Potomac. She wasn't sure just where. He has what they call an Escaliner up there, and I haven't been up yet to see it on the ground, but she showed me some pictures. And what that is it's a backhoe, a big backhoe with a boom on it. And it allows him, she tells me, thank you, Charlie. It allows him to, he just takes the front end of his boom and can set that down, and that holds him in place. So he doesn't have to tie off like they have to with the Skyline machines, and then he can move material, and it's actually a pretty efficient adapted piece of equipment.
So it has a mainline cable and all that, just in a
Yeah,
stop
it's
block?
just
and all that?
it's on an excavator.
Yeah, on an excavator.
So, but he must have to have a reel and all that stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They got hydraulic ones.
Oh,
He
okay.
just doesn't have to tie it off.
Yeah, back stump or whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah.
on a tail rig there. So
And that also allows them to, if there's a ridge stop, like when Plum Creek used them a lot, I think
Oh.
that's where they originated. If there's a ridge stop that they need a little spur to go down, he can still use the excavator and lay that boom back, use the excavator and dig a path, and then put it back
And
when
then-
he's done.
Oh,
he can rehab.
Yeah.
yeah, huh, cool.
So, and they've hauled about 45 loads out of up there on those units at Thompson Peak. So actually, quite a few loads of logs have moved. And Lori told me the pine coming out of there is going to Pablo. So
Hadley?
They still have a mill there?
No,
she
unless
said
there's something,
there must be some small little
Huh.
thing, but she
Maybe
said.
it's Hunt's, no?
Yeah. Well, no,
well, that
they're,
could be, yeah.
Hunt's Timbers up there at Ronan?
Yeah.
yeah, but
Hunt's is at Post Creek, it's not.
yeah, she
Well,
said.
I mean, I'm just going general vicinity, there's nothing in Pablo that I know of.
Mm-mm.
That's what she told me, the
Well,
pine was.
doesn't Plum Creek have one in
No,
Pebble?
they shut that down a
Oh,
couple
did
years.
they?
Yeah.
Well, more than a couple.
Yeah, 10.
So, I didn't get the specifics, but she just said it was going to Pablo.
Interesting.
Yeah, so that's what we have going that's active, and Lori expects, unless we get unusual snow or unusual weather, that hopefully we'll be able to continue through the winter with those sales.
Good.
We have going to West Trout as what we, Mo Bookwalter was out to the coalition meeting here a couple months ago, and Kevin Chamberlain and Wanda Smith and I met with her in at the regional office. She works out of the regional office. She's a state employee and in charge of administering some of this Forest in Focus and some of these special initiative dollars. And she told us that she had $75,000 setting in a fund forest and focus money left over from 2015 that had not been obligated to any project. And so we made a strong pitch that we're going to be putting in an application hoping to get at least some of that money. And she indicated when she was out and met with the coalition group that she really would like to see some of that money come to Mineral County with our with what we're trying to do and our unemployment rate, and to get something going. And so I have I have an application ready to go, and with these letters of support, I will send that to Tim Garcia today for West Trout, and we'll be asking for $80,000. And what we're asking for that money is on West Trout, there's about 16 miles of road reconstruction to do, and then we're required to do all the weed spraying prior to starting any activities in there as far as spraying the road right-of-ways, that sort of thing. And to do that road reconstruction and the weed spraying would come probably about $75,000. And so that's our close estimate anyway. So we're going to ask for that money, and if we are successful in getting that, with the low price of timber right now, if we could offset the price of the road reconstruction and the weed spraying, that would make that sale more feasible for industry to purchase it. Because it has, there's some non-saw log material up there as well. So it would just help the feasibility of that sale right now with low timber prices.
So the 80,000 that you're asking for is separate from what the state is doing with the forest and focus, or it's all the same?
It's the same.
Same.
Yeah, it's the same, Dwayne. So that's what we'd be doing with that one. And then the other sale that we have coming up out of that Cedar Tom package would be Cedar South. And that has a little bit more volume, but a lot of that volume in Cedar South, it's about 48% dead or non-saw. And I asked Eddie Bringenberg the other day, I said, Eddie, you can talk to me in volume, and I understand MBFs, but they're all in CCFs and some of that I work with and I don't equate. I said, how many truckloads? Over 800 truckloads in Cedar South would be dead non-saw log. That's a lot of material. And we have not offered that one yet. We will be the first part of 2016, and with the low timber prices right now, there is some concern. At least Wanda's been checking with folks in industry, and how sellable or how feasible is that sale. And there is some tractor units up there, but most of it's Skyline. So the cost of Skyline, and Dwayne, you would know well, the cost to Skyline dead stuff out right now probably is not very feasible. And so after we get gathered back up after the first of the year, Wanda is going to do some new feasibility with the current market. There's going to be some forest and focus money in 2016 that I think Governor Bullock has already made some commitment that there'll be $1 million in forest and focus money. I intend to put in an application for probably about $300,000 to go toward that Cedar South and see if we can offset some of the costs to get that dead sawlog material out of there. Probably we'll again look at doing the road package, the weed spraying, and some of that, because it's pretty hard to, if we have forest and focus money, that almost has to be a separate contract from the timber sale. And so if we could offset some of those costs, then it would be easier for whoever purchases that sale. If they didn't have to pay for the roads, if we could supplement that, they could get some of that dead out of there.
Is it very big stuff? Like, could it be house logs, or are we just talking
I asked
firewood stuff?
Yeah, I asked Eddie Bringenberg, who did the cruising on it, and he said it's been dead long enough. A lot of it's got spiral checks. So as far as a product, it's probably either chip or firewood. And so I don't know, what the market's going to be for the business at Bonner there that's been doing some chipping.
They do that, but Tricon's shipping them some old pine that we had there now, and I guess they only take a limited, there's, so many truckloads a year.
Yeah, a limited amount, so we're not sure how.
What about Roseburg? Where do they get all their materials?
I think that's just mostly sawdust that's hauled in from around.
Oh,
I believe so.
gotta be
I
smaller.
don't think they ship there.
Yeah.
I'm not positive of that, but.
What's the dominant species of this stuff that's checked?
That's probably lodgepole, I'm guessing, Roman. And so after Wanda runs the feasibility of it and we look at it, I'm probably going to get Wanda, some of our timber folks together, maybe Kevin Chamberlain. I've already asked him if he could be thinking creatively, if he can come up with anything and some of his connections, and see what can we do with it. It's a shame that you have almost 900 loads of dead stuff.
Yeah, it is.
But that's the reality of it today. So we'll be looking at that and probably applying to try and see if we can get about $300,000 of forest and focus money to help offset that.
Is there a mechanism, like maybe we could have a new plant out here that instead of chipping it in the larger diameter chips, that we could get a partnership going with Roseburg? We have that much stuff, we could make it sawdust here and chip and send it to them. But or is that is that just too expensive to make it that into sawdust without using it?
I would guess, that it's probably, plus you're then in competition with your sawmills pumping
For
theirs
getting
out.
rid of it, yeah.
How much, I don't know what.
I always worry about Roseburg, thinking one day they'll shut down because there's no.
Yeah,
I mean, they're trucking it from
I know.
Timbuktu.
So
Heck,
far, yeah.
Tricon trucks it to Lewiston, to Potlatch.
Really?
Yeah, Osk, Washington,
Wow.
yeah.
So if you come across any ideas, maybe get them to Kevin Chamberlain, because I'll be and I've asked him with all his connections to be thinking of some creative ways of, what legally we can do. But
What I don't understand is why do you have to do, if it's a perfectly good road, they can haul the dang logs down there, why do we have to do all this road reconstruction? It's just like on the amount of money they spend on the Thompson Peak Road, the Lost Creek Road, of perfectly good roads that they can haul logs down. It just baffles me. I just,
I guess I'm
it's
not
a
an
waste of money.
engineer, but
Yeah, it's just a waste of money. I mean, it's just
Cheryl,
ridiculous.
One question I have, when they reconstruct the roads, is that gonna be kind of a preemptor ever for somebody coming back and seeing that road needs to be decommissioned and taken out of there? Will that help that at all, or is it two separate whole things?
Well, it could be two separate things. I mean, like some of the main roads that Lori's talking about, just going up, say, the bottom of Pearson Creek and the bottom of Lost Creek, those definitely those are open roads. It's just, they did some additional work on them. It all adds to the cost.
Well, that's it. And I mean, it's just, it just doesn't make sense, the amount of money they spent on doing these roads, and when they're perfectly good to haul logs down and get the logs out, be done, and
Is there gonna be potential for future sales that road work wouldn't have to be done because it was done
Well,
previously?
it definitely helps for any re-entry that you do for whatever in there.
Well, I
for
mean,
sure,
if
Tim,
it's like
but-
an investment in the future where you're,
It is an investment, but Lori brings up a good point. When you're facing a pretty dire market, it all adds to the cost of the sale. But so Lori, when we work in January, really looking at Cedar South, I will ask that question as to can
if
we
it's
look
the
at
west,
it, 'cause it
you
makes
know.
sense. some
I mean,
validity to that.
Sometimes you go in and, you know, like you gotta grade them up, well, there's nothing
I
to
would
grade
guess
and
it's
it
all
makes
part
more
of-
of a mess to grade them up than,
Part of the bull trout plan and
Yeah,
drainage.
Yeah, it all adds
Oh, yeah.
into some of that, but it adds cost.
Yep.
That's how we are, I guess.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
it warrants asking the question,
yeah,
so
I
thank
mean,
you.
it's just, doesn't make sense.
Some other things that we have for the Little Murphy Creek project that the coalition has invested quite a lot of time in out here between St. Regis and Superior. We have a scoping letter that's ready to go out, a proposed action, and we have that's sitting on my desk ready to go, and we'll send that out right after the new year. Didn't want to send it out and let it get mixed up in everybody's Christmas cards and probably not get much response back. So probably at the next coalition meeting, we'll have that and get people folding letters and stuff in envelopes while we're there. So some great work by the coalition and the district on that, and we're moving forward. Let's see. Something that Tim Garcia just talked to me a little bit yesterday and the leadership team about, so I don't have a lot of information yet, and he doesn't either, but it looks like he's heard, this is from Leanne Martin, that the regional forester, that the Washington office is going to fund 2 geographic strike teams to help with NEPA. And as what limited information, this is still being formulated, so Tim doesn't have a lot of concrete information. It looks like one of those teams would be stationed over in the Idaho Panhandle, and that probably would be to deal with all the fire salvage as a result of the burned acres out of that Kamei and all of that. And then there'll be another one that will cover the Montana and Dakota, so not sure where that team will be, but it will be a help to have some additional capacity to deal with fire salvage and some of that sort of thing, so that's good. And then in addition to that, Leanne Martin, as we keep saying, at least pushing up to Tim, we only have so much capacity, for instance, on the district to handle more projects with who we have. And so Leanne is looking at trying to, we'll be hearing more on this, is to get a NEPA strike team funded out of the regional office that will handle farm bill projects. So say this little Murphy Creek one, and if we're looking at, we also have another one that we're going to propose up out of off the Lookout Pass that the coalition has done some work with, where we have dead lodge pole coming down around some of the utilities and the communication sites that are up there. And we also want to look at taking out some of the green lodge pole that to treat the stands so we're not going back there every year. And that would be a project that would fit this farm bill, and we could just turn that over to this NEPA team where it wouldn't impact our district team as much. And so that will be 2 projects that I'll be bringing forth, and maybe we'll be looking for some more so we can keep that capacity going.
So if they, if the strike team does the NEPA work, at what point do they let loose of it and give it to the district?
I don't know that for sure because this is still just being formulated, Dennis, but I would hope that they would follow it through till we have a decision that we could implement.
Okay, so we still need the crews, the crew personnel to mark it and put it into effect and to appraise it after the NEPA has had its review. Then is that what you're saying?
That is correct, and that is an issue that has been brought up to Leanne. Is, you know, once we get these NEPA teams, which is the start of it, and then you get all of this ready to implement, well, we only have so much capacity on the districts to implement. And I think she recognizes that, and I expect once she gets the NEPA teams in place and we get some projects going, I'm pretty sure she'd probably be thinking about supplementing us somehow with some people or teams to help us implement. And I know Tim Garcia said that Leanne has requested to the Washington office that you can't just fund these things for 1 year, and we do something for 1 year and then there we're dropped, that you gotta give us at least some length of time.
Yeah.
We got a lot of work to do.
To get something done.
Yeah.
So, and the Farm Bill strike team is to, really look at some quick successes and get something moving on the ground. So we will be proposing some projects and trying to be pretty aggressive with that. The other thing that Leanne Martin, Christine Daw, who's in charge of renewable resources and works with these farm bills and good neighbor authorities and all of these special things. Tim Garcia were invited out to tour Tricon here about a week ago, and I was also invited. Went. It was an excellent day spent, and I believe it was very positive on both from Tricon. I think complimentary to us on the district, that we got some things going and are working on them, and it provided an opportunity, I think, for some very key people at the regional office and Tim Garcia to see the infrastructure that Tricon has there. I think they were all surprised that here in little old St. Regis that you have a mill that is able to produce the capacity that they're able to produce. And Ken talked about from when Tricon started to where they are now, how they've been able to increase their capacity, demonstrated the variety of products that they try to, from the beauty bark to the chips to everything that they try to utilize there. And also, I think made people aware, a little bit aware of just the process there's a lot of process from the time a log comes in there to when it gets wrapped and put on a rail car, that probably some of those folks that maybe have not been through a mill don't realize, and all the mechanization. And I think they were amazed at some of the computers in there that show how to best utilize that log or cut that log for the best utilization for the market that week or whatever, that day or whatever it is, and the expense of those systems. And so the other thing, we got to interface with quite a few of the employees that were there. For instance, the people doing the saw filing and the skill that has, and I think they were very impressed with a couple women that are doing the lumber grading with the 2x4s coming at you.
Ain't that a job? You would think their arms would be that big around.
I mean, and I think it gave people, and I've been through it several times, but I think it gave those people a real understanding that, you do that for 8 hours.
Yeah.
And then the training involved to get somebody that's accurate with lumber grading and the saw filing. And so we talked a little bit about, trying to keep those employees. Most of them come from Mineral County here, and the training and the retention and that sort of thing. So kind of the human element and the importance of that mill and the employment that it brings to Mineral County, as well as the infrastructure that it provides the Forest Service for managing our national forests.
Yep.
And I think Leanne Martin said it pretty well. She said, we need each other.
Absolutely.
So I think it was really good to get them out there. We had the right players. It was a positive day. And I think they'll have a little better understanding of, more about us. And so I asked Leanne about coming out again to meet with you folks as commissioners. She's not had an opportunity to meet people on the employees on the district. And
Oh, really? She hasn't even been to your office yet?
She has not been to our office yet, so most
What's
people
she been
might
busy
not.
with?
I think she has a lot of travel, probably, you know, getting around to the areas, and certainly a lot of meetings that she's, you know, into. So she's just becoming familiar with people and places. So somewhere I'd like to, she said she would, and I just have to work with her person that does her scheduling to get her out. And so I've been kind of thinking of, it might be an opportunity if we have, through the winter here, some of these active timber sales, maybe the one that's going up by Thompson Peak or behind Kevin's place that's pretty easy to get to. Maybe we could get her out, go look with the commissioners and a couple people from the coalition. Maybe we could, kind of like we did with the Cedar Creek tour, we could go up and look at an active unit, and then in the afternoon she could stop by the district and visit with district employees.
Cool, that'd be a good trip.
So it'd be a good trip for her, I think. So we'll work on that. Let's see. From a recreation standpoint, we have the specialists have reviewed the draft environmental impact statement for Lookout Pass, so that's being, their comments are being taken care of by the firm that's hired to do the NEPA up there. And so we're looking at the final environmental impact statement, should be coming out the second quarter of 2016.
I'm sorry, Carol, what are they doing at Lookout? I missed it.
We have a draft environmental impact statement for the Ski Hill expansion
Okay.
project. We're hoping to have the final out the second quarter, which would be somewhere between January and March, and I'm guessing we'll probably see that somewhere toward the end of January, out to the public. And then the third quarter allows for people to file any objections, and we're hoping to have a record of decision the fourth quarter of 16 for that expansion project. As far as things that might be of interest to Mineral County besides the Ski Hill expansion itself, I know the Historical Society had some real concerns dealing with the impact of one of the ski runs that was proposed in the expansion to the Mullen Road. And we've done some mitigation. We've moved one of the ski runs over as much as Phil Edholm thought he could. So I've talked to Kay and Sue and make sure that they get that, so that when the statement comes out, the EIS, that the Historical Society can make sure they review that and get their comments if it's okay the way it is, or if they think that they need some more. And I'll be working with them on that. We started doing our avalanche tests up in St. Regis Basin, Lookout Pass last week. Found we go weekly. We have a person that meets a person off the Panhandle, and put out our avalanche advisory off of the Idaho side there. And they found anywhere from 1 to 4 feet of snow. So I was kind of surprised. They said lower aspects, this was on Wednesday, 1 to 2 feet of snow, but when they got above 6,000 feet on the north aspect, they had 4 feet of snow, which was a little bit more than I thought they might find.
Do we have anybody on the district that's taken your place in reference to the avalanche testing and stuff like that that you used to do? Is there anybody else that is coming up in line of expertise?
We only have one person trained at this time, Dennis, and that's Justin Singer in fire, and he came off the Gallatin. And so he's now partnering with Dan Freegard, my partner, on the Idaho Panhandle. And I don't know that they've been as active with the training, just because Justin is in fire, not recreation. And so we've got to get some more people trained up. We'd like to do some avalanche work in Hoodoo, but we just don't have the capacity. We only have one person at this time. The other thing is each year the forest picks a outstanding forest technician on the Lolo. And I'm very pleased they did that yesterday, and Nancy Parkin from our district was selected as the outstanding technician for the Lolo, so I'm really pleased to announce that for her work in the recreation campgrounds, working with all the volunteers and helping manage our program. So I'm proud of that. 2016 will be 110 years of the Lolo National Forest, so we're not going to do anything really special, but you might see that as some of the fair displays and a few things like that, kind of keying off of. Fire people are, pretty much just our core folks. Most everybody else is laid off. End of January, they do their national fire hiring, where it's all national now. Everybody hires. Anybody that's going to be hired in fire, it's a mass 1 week hiring. I think last year Tanya went to Albuquerque for a week and she was on that panel. This year it'll be in Helena, at least for this area in the
Which
district.
makes most sense.
Yeah, it makes more sense, but last year everybody had to go to Albuquerque, and so Tanya was on that panel. And they'll be getting ready to do all their fire training that they do to keep their certifications. As far as planning, our 12 Tamarack is our next big project. We have a draft EIS that's ready for my review, except we are working with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We're hoping to get
You say working with,
our biological
struggling with.
for fisheries and wildlife by mid-January, and
I'm sorry, you're hoping to get what?
the biological opinion
The biological opinion.
from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And so we're working very closely with the forest, and I have it on my calendar when I come back to call and see where is it. And then it's up to the Tim Garcias to alert the regional office. They've tried to bump it up as high as they can on the priority list regionally, because that our next sale, 7 Mag, would be our sale in 2016, and it has about 20 million board feet of volume, which is a large chunk of the Lolo's timber target. So
And that's part of the 12 Tamarack?
yes, and if we don't stay on target with that or on schedule, the Lolo will not meet their timber target. So there's a push from the Lolo to the
Okay.
region to
Good.
keep that
That's gonna be a
moving.
good sale. I hope the market comes up and,
We do too, because that will be a good sale.
yeah.
And then the other 2 sales out of that 12 Tamarack are Green Bereen and Camouflage. Green Bereen's up there in that Green Creek area. Camouflage is off the Camel's Hump, Mullen.
The green bereen.
Green, yeah.
Green Bereen,
Okay. And what was the other one?
Camouflage.
Okay.
And both of those are about 75% complete as far as the marking and cruising, and those are projected for 2017 sale.
See lots of ribbons up everywhere I go hunting.
Mm-hmm.
They're doing good.
And then this winter would be for the Jam Cracker project, which is out on the north side from Flat Creek clear to the 9 Mile. We'll be doing some profiles and a little bit of field work in there. That'll be our next big project be taking on. Red Bull, which is another analysis project that we're in pre-NEP on, which covers from Dry Creek to Ward Creek. Probably somewhere in January, I am gonna have some open houses, Superior, St. Regis, the West End, to meet with people just to see how do you use these areas, what's important to our publics. So you'll be hearing something about that. And from the windstorm that we had, we're finding, we haven't been out in a lot of places, but we're finding quite a bit of blowdown. A truckload here, and we can't package and sell all those little truckloads. It just, the process is too much. So we're asking the coalition as the spring breaks to help us get out and look And maybe we can package a lot of this blow down into maybe 2 or 3 small sales for small people, like maybe we package 2 drainages together. If there's 2 drainages that have quite a bit of blow down, that can be sold and make some opportunities for the smaller operators to get some of that roads opened up and whatnot cleaned up.
Carol, yesterday, I had to go up the cutoff road and for a meeting, and it surprised me. I looked off to the right across the river on one of the big wide oxbows, not a sharp oxbow, but of the flats off to the right, and it looked like it was just decimated in there. Is that a timber sale? Is that a blowdown area?
I'm guessing that's probably blow down, because we've seen some other areas, and it's been surprising where the wind has hit and where it didn't. Some places that you'd suspect it's fine, others we have considerable blow down.
I'm guessing it might be on 9 Mile or on Plains District, because it's right near that interface between Superior and Plains, and I wasn't paying attention where I was at. I just happened to look across there, and here's this massive devastation area, and I didn't know if it was selectively logged, which didn't look like. I couldn't see any go-back trails or anything like that, and it's just all jackstrawed in there, and so I don't have I can't pinpoint where it was at. I have to get a map out and try to figure out where I was at when I saw it, but it's up the cutoff, and if anybody's heading up that way, they might be looking for that. But it's huge.
Okay. So if anybody's out and about and sees areas or roads that are really blown in, stop by or give the office a call, let us know, because we're starting to put them on a map so that we can package things. And then from the special uses standpoint, that was the job that I vacated. We're trying to figure out, there's been nobody in that position to handle the special use permits that cover water transmission lines, driveways, and communication sites. So there's a backlog of work there, and we're working on how to fill that position. That's kind of the conclusion of what's going.
Awesome. Boy, you're busy.
Yeah, we have a lot of things going.
Yeah.
I think we're probably the busiest district on the forest.
Yeah.
Without a
good.
doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, what time next month would you like to come, ma'am?
What days? You give me some choice of days, Charlie.
Okay, let me look. Dwayne and I were sort of kind of kicking around maybe an evening meeting. We haven't talked to the other two yet. Wanted to see, does the day work best for you? Like this?
Either way.
Okay.
If I have evening meetings, I make those as well.
What about the 15th? We're wide open. The 15th, same time, 9:30?
That right now I have that open.
Okay.
Charlie, so 9:30.
Yep. 9:30 for a Forest Service update on the 18th of January.
On the 15th.
15th of January. I want it to be the 18th, just like today.
And Erin Phelps is now on the 9 Mile District, and
Okay.
so if you have time in your schedule, she would also, or could follow me if there was some time to give
For sure.
her an update, so she could
I
give an
think I've got
update.
their phone number, so.
I'm just going to schedule her tentatively now, just so I don't forget.
Okay. She had something else already scheduled today, or she would have come.
So, like 10:30, should we set her? That same
That'd
day?
be fine, because it's,
Yeah.
she can be here and
Okay, and what-
follow right in behind me.
What is her role? What is her?
She's the district ranger there.
For 9 Mile. I've got the 9 Mile, not the phone number, if you need it.
Yeah, you should give it to me.
It
Carol, we
is
should have a
626-5201.
Draft road policy sometime in January here. Is that something someone wants to look at electronic?
What's her name?
Aaron Phelps.
Hard copy it too?
I'd like a hard copy. Okay, very much. Much? No.
No.
Great.
And I'm just capturing it in the minutes, so I can, you know, if you want, send them on to you, email them to you before they get finalized, so if I misquoted anything, or, usually they do a pretty good job of lining me out afterwards, but.
I think, I don't think that's necessary.
Okay.
My capture book now, I think.
Okay.
If there's private logging going on, something up in the west end, there, only reason I know it is that 4 or 5 of the cabins at the Little River Motel have got people that are logging and they're taking off every morning and they're heading to the west end to log and the material's going into idle. I guess you don't necessarily know about what's going on with that is.
I don't know on private, but there could be some state up Deer Creek there that they could be working on that, Tim, because the state was gonna do some logging in there on some of their property.
Oh, okay. So that's just gonna get out of the way. They just have to know the 2 crews or something.
Yeah, I don't know much about that, but I do know the state was planning on doing some logging there in Deer Creek. On the state section.
The other thing, I contacted Lori Woods from the Plum Creek. He's out of the Plum Creek business. There's a new guy, Ritter.
What do you know, yo?
He's that road access easement type guy. I contacted him. We were going to set up a meeting, but we haven't facilitated anything.
Of
We
January.
had conversations though that we need to get any easements figured out before that transfer to warehouse.
We talked a little bit about that on the forest, and that would fall into the lands,
And
because we
also
don't
have the
really have a
9
lands person.
At the same time,
We're
after that,
probably a
after the
little
9 mile.
behind the curve
And
there,
that other
but I don't know
kind of
that in Mineral County here for the Forest Service, that we have too much with Plum Creek here that
We don't, there's just
Slept
a few
wrong
of
and
these
my head is
drainages
killing
that
me and
Plum
my
Creek's
back
got
hurts.
is the thing, and Plum Creek hasn't, whatever, they said easement, no easement, I mean, that, it's not been that much of a concern. Anticipating it might become a concern with warehouses.
I think everybody is not sure what the change might be. I mean, people know that Weyerhaeuser is certainly much more restrictive, or has been, than Plum Creek. It's kind of the norm,
Well,
where they manage ground.
big scheme of things, you can't
Well, that's
imagine
good.
they're gonna
Yeah,
restrict
this
some
week they're gonna
road
be
that
allowed.
we've been using for years, but
Nothing.
then again,
Kind of makes
You don't know.
and the one that I identified as highest priority is probably, it's 2 miles of Plum Creek.
So if you get a meeting scheduled, Tim, would you let me know about it?
So, there's, maybe should we try to shoot for that 15th at the same time? And put that together, because he's looking for me to kind of have a shoot, a date, target date to get to, and we need to get back.
The 15th would work for me. I have it open at this time.
So, I'm gonna try to get that guy from Plum Creek to come down, because it's gonna, there's a little bit on 9 Mile, but there's only 9,000 acres, there's 9,000 acres of Plum Creek land left in the county. I calculated and stuff, and actually, that's the map right there for Plum Creek.
Where's the majority of that at then?
Well, it's, we're not too concerned about this stuff. This is all above Appleton there.
Mm-hmm.
Do that. I mean, it's basically inaccessible, other than this piece in here. I mean, their water transmission line goes across the Plum Creek, and there's no easement. I know that. I advised them of that quite a while ago, because I know there's no easements down in here in the lower part of it. So they've never, they've got a road going across there, and got the water line going across there, and as far as I know, they don't have, the town of Alberton doesn't have an easement.
Wow.
So these were the 2 that they tried to subdivide that one out there off of
Lozo.
So
you know, but then these other setback squares, what happens is that when you cross some of these roads out there, you know, I don't think these necessarily have a problem, but this is the one that concerns me most, is that they take off for the Part E, cut right across there.
I'll get with Nate Cable, our engineer, and just have him do a check if there's any, from the Forest Service standpoint, anything that he sees any concerns with our access.
I was gonna try to get hold of that Christian.
Alan's pretty sharp at that, because he manages that database of all
So
of that.
maybe he can tell me that there's something out there as far as at least the Forest Service easement. But you know, this is a Schedule A road, and we're running up that all the time.
Yeah, that's right.
Big issue. So it's not, you know, necessarily a big deal, but we're back to this stuff again over in there. You know, I mean, do we want to, Plum Creek granted the county an easement through that section for some reason, but I can't find the section through the others. And these other two have sold up there, you know, and stuff for the cooler creek and stuff. So, you know, maybe it's time to salvage an easement out of what we have left there.
Now would be the time before.
Is that right?
you know, the
And whose land is it on, Forest Service?
It's
Warehouse,
any
remember?
further
Oh,
down the
oh.
road.
So I don't, you know, I could figure out how to get that made.
Yeah, after the first of the year, I'll make a note and have Nate tie in with you
Yeah.
and
Your Republican Party used this
see
for
what we
last.
can come up with.
I'm sending them a nasty letter today. But they made a mess and didn't pick it up.
Okay, any other questions for me?
Did,
Thank you so much,
I-
Carol.
Yeah, you bet.
you know, the Forest Service has an overall budget of $5 billion, I believe, and then I heard that in Congress yesterday, they had that proposal where whenever they have a fire season, they usually end up spending half of their $5 billion on fighting fire, and they were gonna try to make it be that, come out of a, you know, like a natural disaster thing, so you would still have your money for doing your work, and then, so apparently there must still be an Eastern United States opinion that, I guess it got voted down based on the thought
did.
that it would be too easy for you to do little, you know, timber sales.
The lead person was from the state of Washington that shot that down.
Really?
Who was it, Patty Murray?
I don't know, I remember it was just the Democratic, whatever, representative from Washington.
So there's still that feeling out there that you guys are gonna run roughshod and rape and pillage every mountainside. Huh?
Well, and what it does is, when we get into fire borrowing, I mean, even like our recreation budget, you might lose, you know, it's just a strike pin, anything that's not been obligated or spent, boom, it's gone. And so you might have like a trail contract or something that you wanted to trail openings, and that's gone. Engineering lost quite a bit of money that they had. I think $300,000 of their money to do road improvement projects went to fire borrowing this year. So it's pretty impactful to us, and what we were just hoping is we'd get something like that fire would be handled just like hurricanes or any
Yeah,
other
do it
natural
under the
disaster
FEMA.
instead of coming out of our appropriated dollars.
That would have made sense.
It would have made sense, but it doesn't. So what it does make us do is, and what I'm instructing my employees to do is, as soon as you get your budgets, you need to have projects lined up so
So
that you
that that
can,
money's
you can get it spent and get it spent early and not be sitting
Get
on it.
obligated.
Because by 1st of August, if we get into a fire year, you're gonna be losing money and you're gonna lose it. So we gotta be really diligent with our planning and have projects ready to go. Okay, thank you, and I'll see you next month.
Okay.
Thanks, Carol.
Okay, it's 10:30. We're here for the discussion of the maintenance hours and rate of pay.
And
What?
And there's more. It's not just
I don't
that.
see it on the. I'm
It's
re-
on in your binder. Open your,
Responsibilities.
there you go.
Where's that?
It's
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Nice.
Nice binder.
Thank you. Thank you. It's before that, Roman.
Before it?
Nope, nope.
No, it's after.
It's
after.
before the Board of Health stuff that you were flipped to. Yep, turn.
It's right after the agenda.
Oh.
3-4 pages. 3 pages.
Are you forcing them to be organized?
Yes.
Kinda.
Wow.
She's trying.
It's impressive.
Oh,
trying.
Okay.
There you go.
All right. And determine the rate of pay and place into the minutes. Who was in charge of what and who was doing what? Okay, good question. Yeah, so I guess this came up, Mark, because we.
There's
found
just
out-
no rate of pay in the minutes.
In the minutes?
And Stacy needs it in the minutes. And I'm thinking what we should start doing is maybe at the beginning of every year,
Absolutely.
or when budgets are done, probably.
You do them, everybody will have an approved rate of pay, and you'll do it when you do budgets.
Yeah, so we'll just put that schedule into the minutes, so that way, because as we're going through, we're finding lots are not in
Oh,
the minutes.
absolutely.
And so we're just trying to start at the basement and work our way up to the top, so we can make sure we've got everybody inputted in at the right rate of pay. So there's no question, and if somebody has questions, they can go back to that month when the budgets were approved, and we know everything's in there. Because just the commissioners signing the budget sheets doesn't quite cut it, is
Right.
what I'm told.
No, I mean, no, it's not sufficient. It's not clear enough. It's not, you know, it just needs to be a little clearer. Yeah.
So that's what I need from you all.
Yeah, I think it got murky because a year ago when we wanted you to help us save money on our contract issues, the pillars or the little a roofing job or the whatever, and then that got blended because after that, or it got blurred. After that, then we decided to try to cut back the part-time person's hours that was coming in at 4 a.m. for Roy, and maybe just simply have you do a little bit more work. And then Stacy thought that the agreement of saving us money on the contract, which you said after 1 year of doing it, if you proved yourself well, you would do it for 16 instead of 15 because it would still save us money. And that ended up getting tacked on to the janitor thing, so they got kind of crosswise. So that's why it probably wasn't in the minutes, I guess. I don't know.
I don't know, the minutes are not very clear to me anyways from those two discussions. So we probably need to kind of clarify that. Also,
How is my raise being singled out from the rest of the building? Doesn't everybody get a raise and it's approved? How does that work? How am I here by myself?
Well, because you had like two different jobs going, and so one there was the $1 an hour to save us on contract jobs, and the other one was in between the budget. When did this come open that we were? When did that gal quit? Do you remember that?
Oh, it's been,
2 months
Because
ago.
you had applications for people, and then we
Yeah.
ended up thinking
Yeah,
that
it was
maybe
when
it
we were doing the budgets and.
was October, probably.
yeah.
Because I think that meeting that I missed when it was discussed was during hunting season. I don't know how that fell into place.
Yeah, it was in October's when we decided to put Mark on. It's right
On
there,
less
October
hours.
9th.
And that was the purpose for doing the less hours, because I could fit the criteria of the 20 hours and get the work done in 14. So that was how we've gotten there.
Yeah, and I remember doing the math based on 15, not 16, but I don't know. What do you guys remember?
That's what I remembered was 15. I didn't ever remember, other than Mark stating that it was ever set at 16, which was how this all came about for discussion.
Sure, in the initial discussion there, we talked about if I could save you 10,000, I saved you 41,000, and I could do it again this year.
Okay, but we didn't ever
What?
approve that, is what I'm saying.
Well,
That
no,
was
no,
never
you
a
didn't-
motion. That was,
Didn't approve
that
or
was your
disapprove.
statement.
That's correct.
That was your statement. That wasn't our statement. Therefore,
That's true. You didn't approve or disapprove.
Right.
That's true.
and then it was paid out at 16. So-
For the last almost 6 months now.
I found the budget sheet. Not that it means a whole bunch. Have you seen it?
No, because I gave all those to you and
Yeah. So I don't know who.
Roy's name's on it?
No, and because we were, when we did the wages and salaries and stuff, I had to sit down and do the $15. And so then when I'm almost positive when we were sitting here, when we were, because I asked you on different ones, if it should be 15 or 16, and I told you that, okay, it was 15 or 16. And
I know, and I was thinking of the pillars and
right,
the jail
and so,
roof
and that's why I put on the budget, and that was in July, well,
October,
no,
September.
no, when I did those though,
She-
that
oh,
was
doing
in
those,
August.
Yeah,
Oh,
she
yeah.
was
And so
doing-
that's when, in
And then-
August,
and after
and that's when
that-
I put the 16, but then we didn't change, we didn't, when did the budgets get done? It was October when we, and so when I put the 16 on there, that was when,
Yeah, but that was before March.
Right.
That was when we still had
That-
the Kelsey gal.
yeah.
We still had the $10 an
So
hour
that's
deal.
where the 16 got on there, and so nothing was ever clarified then when he went to the cleaning part.
Mhm.
There was never any separation
Right.
of, okay, he gets 16 for this and 15 for, there was never any clarification then after
Yeah.
that.
That was actually
When the
part of the
16 got on the
discussion.
budgets, that was with the special project thing, so,
That actually was a part of the discussion, and in order to make that work, you reduced the part-time job from 20 hours to 14.
and I
And
think
that's
that's
how the
when
money
we
worked.
figured out, okay, at the halftime person, at whatever she was making, it was
$10.
this salary for the year, and then divided it by what you were making,
And I
and
did-
that's what come up with the 14 hours.
Which is actually, at the end of
Yeah.
the year, is less than what you were paying her yearly.
So,
But when
and-
I did that division, I was basing it on 15. I didn't.
No, I
Yeah,
didn't know what
yeah.
you figured it on, so,
Yeah.
I mean, and that was never ever clarified
Mhm.
in the minutes of, okay, special projects is this and the cleaning part is this, so,
Right.
when
So
the
that's why
budgets were
we're here,
done.
yeah,
so.
because
And this is, we're talking about $14 a week, right?
14 hours.
14 hours.
Which
we-
this dollar is, all this is $14 a week, is what
Yeah,
we're talking
good.
about.
Yeah, not when you perform the pillars or the jail roof or that contract thing. That was our original sell for 16 because
That's great.
it's cheaper than putting out for bid and having some company come in and do the pillars and do the roof.
Okay.
So now we got this situation where, like Lori just explained, the 16 was penciled in on the budget based on saving us money for contractors, and then in the interim period, this Kelsey gal quit, and I totally forgot that the 16 was gonna be included in any janitorial job. I was doing that savings on the hours and the higher rate of pay for you to be the same, but based it on 15.
So can I ask one more question, because I'm a little unclear, and I apologize,
Yeah.
but had I not got the dollar and I got the 50 cents like everybody else, now we're talking about $7 a week for all of this. I mean, we're not really, I'm confused because it's almost, it's barely a pack of cigarettes is what we're talking about, so I'm a little confused.
Well, and I didn't even think of the 50 cents. I was just thinking of 15 because it's, I don't know. Anyway, that's why we're here now, because it wasn't in the minutes, and there's questions from Dwayne and Lori and Roy. Did you want to ask anything or say anything?
Well, I was always assuming that the 16 was for special projects, and then the cleaning was cleaning, down that category. But it fell into that, so I just assumed that it was gonna go that way.
Yeah.
Well, I guess what I'm looking at is, okay, if he was I mean, it's whatever what the amount was at what your halftime person was, times halftime, 10, 40 hours, it's this amount of money.
$200 a week is what.
You know, I mean,
right
it's, and so divided by what he's, I mean, so if he was to be, say, at $15 an hour, then that would increase his hours. I mean, do you see what I'm getting at? I mean,
Yeah.
what I'm
Yeah.
getting at, I mean,
And
it's either less,
It's the same thing.
it's the same amount of money is what I'm looking, I mean,
And I wouldn't have included the 50-cent an hour raise because this was done, I mean, just like other employees that got a substantial new rate of pay for a new job, they didn't receive the 50-cent an hour. For example, Adam Cole, when he did that one year, or Lorna, we usually apply whatever raise we give after the next following year when someone's been here. So we made this decision to have you come on and be the maintenance person after July. It was September, October, or something in there. So I didn't even think of 50 cents because this was a new thing for you and therefore exempt of any raise because this is exceptionally higher rate of pay than anyone else was getting, and any raises in the future would apply, but not in October. So I didn't even think of a 50-cent one
Right.
myself.
so I mean, he could be making $9.50 an hour for the cleaning, but it would be more hours because it would still come out to
It'd still be the
the
200
same
a week.
amount of money. Do you see?
I disagree. No,
Well,
I actually disagree.
Okay.
I disagree.
Okay.
I think that's.
I guess maybe I'm thinking
you-
wrong.
You're thinking like it's a salary position, and it isn't.
Right.
It's simply, it's an hourly position. You pay an hourly rate for what that position is. Just because Mark, I think what you guys are saying, well, it was a 20-hour position, but Mark is so efficient, he can do it in 14, so we're going to pay him twice as much. It doesn't.
Well, I was just thinking what was
It
was
was just the
budgeted.
current
I'm
rate
just
of
thinking
pay.
that's
Right.
what I was
Agree to
thinking
pay
was
me more or
budget.
less.
What was budgeted?
But I think you guys actually have, so for the 16 or 15 for the projects, that makes sense to me, right? That's a higher skill level.
Right.
That makes sense.
Mhm.
But for cleaning,
Mhm.
in my opinion, it's odd to have Mark make so much more than his supervisor, Roy.
Mhm.
Just because for some reason you guys were thinking he's super efficient, so you can pay him so much money. And I think also I think you actually have some sort of payroll or some hourly rate that the janitor makes,
Mm.
right?
Is there a sheet like that?
I don't know. But I'm just saying, I mean,
The thing
you can't, just because somebody does it, it's not a salary position, it's hourly. And so for me, like if the public walks in and says, hey, what's the janitor making? $16 an hour. How's that gonna go? What do you guys think about that? Right? That's all. I mean, that's just my input. I wasn't the one that started this meeting or anything, but it just seems a little out of whack, the janitor part.
So do you want me to do the same job for 20 hours a week?
I don't want anything. I'm just here to help with a couple things, but it wasn't this
Okay.
wasn't
Would,
spurred by
so,
me.
Right.
would it benefit us then to change it, the cleaning to a salary position rather than an hourly?
It's not a salary position. It can't be. It's an hourly position. It's not salary. That person gets overtime. It's not an elected position.
Mhm.
You know, that's a salary position.
There really
But-
is no overtime for janitorial. It can be done well within the time frame.
It makes no difference. It's not a salary position. You cannot pay that person a salary. It needs to be hourly.
Under what circumstances can you make it a salary position?
Well, let's see. If you supervise people, I think you have to have supervised 2 or more people. If you are a professional, if you have like a certification, mostly it's supervising people. And I think it's 2. So, I mean, you can annualize and pay somebody a salary anytime you want to, I guess. But it's not a true salary, right? So if they work over, you're still paying them overtime. I mean, you can do that, but I don't know why you ever would do that. It wouldn't make sense. It's an hourly position.
How have the hours been going, Mark? Do you foresee hours still being,
I can still do it within the 14. If you walk around my half of this building, it's immaculate. I mean, there's not anything that
and that's not what we're
that you'll find.
questioning.
So
That's,
I can do the work.
Yeah.
You know? And if you ask the department heads, they're all happy with my work. So, I'm fully capable of doing it within the 14.
So anything over and above his 14, is that?
There's just janitorial for 14, and then if there's maintenance that needs to be done that's not within the 14, that's over.
for example, what kind of maintenance would that?
Here's some.
There's some sheets there that I've turned. Every time there's anything more than the 14 hours, I give you a sheet to tell you what I did for that was outside the scope of janitorial.
Just not the heat up.
But this is a list of just the ones that went above the regular cleaning?
I don't know what you have.
Oh,
The one that you gave this morning.
Oh, that is my last week.
This is
That's
his,
what I
this
did
is
this
his
week.
time sheet, which
And there's my
I
time card to go with it.
for you to sign, and that's,
I was off last week, so that's just the 1 week.
so and then like these extra hours that you had to put in, that's direct, you told them these things need to be done, the evidence lock or the whatever, or the,
No, we hadn't been doing it that way. We had talked with the commission that these things would be going through y'all. That's how it was set up.
Yeah.
That I bring these things to y'all,
did.
y'all approve them, and I do the work.
Are you differentiating it on your time card, like janitorial?
I turn in that sheet with the time card, yes, so in order for the commissioners to sign off on it, they have to know what I did. So there is, it is different, but the time actually on the card is a daily time.
Which really doesn't matter so much because it's all the same rate. Yeah,
It hasn't been a problem,
yeah.
apparently, until now.
well, it might be a problem with our budget, not one thing, but we might end up overspending the whole original idea of the cost savings for the $10 an hour girl.
But I'm still within the $200 a week, being with 14 hours. I'm not more than she was. I just do it more efficiently.
Can I see the time card on the floor?
So even if Amy came back and I just did special projects, it'd be the same money. It's not, I'm not costing you more to do that.
yeah, we could be paying him whatever we'd be paying Amy, but then his
Or employee,
hour, or any employee,
just
and
don't
his
say.
hours would be 20 hours a week.
Uh-huh.
So I guess that's what, I mean, we could drop him down to $9 an hour, but then at 20 or at 20 hours a week. I mean, at that, I guess,
You're actually paying more than at some point.
yeah,
So from an
But you
HR
have to
standpoint, I guess what we need to do is, we need to make sure that we're covering the county because we could have a wage claim.
right.
Here.
I mean,
And so we
Yeah.
need to be looking at that and making sure that we're within that, because first of all, that position was posted for $9.50 an hour. So then the argument could be, and of course, I'm not an attorney and don't play one on TV, was you posted that position at $9.50 per hour, but you hired somebody and you're paying them at $16 per hour. Even though he was, and he's not in-house because he was a contracted employee. So he wasn't an employee because he was only here like
Actually-
Jessica. She was contracted.
Actually, I've worked here for a couple of years.
But as an employee, but not as a routine employee. You were,
Shelley's super, yeah, good point.
you were here contracted, just like Jessica's contracted. You're not an actual employee of the county. You don't.
Then.
I actually am a part-time.
Well, now you are.
Well, now you are.
I would disagree with that.
Well, now you are, but before you were not.
Yes, I was.
You were working at a set number of hours per week before then.
As the projects needed.
As the projects needed, that is not-
Left me part-time in there. It's never full-time, never.
Either way,
full-time.
it really makes no difference.
The
Your point
lit-
is that it was advertised at 9:50.
Right,
That's the point.
right. So we either need to, as far as I'm concerned, the only thing I need as your administrative assistant is to have it in the minutes. However, as your HR director, I'm telling you, you're leaving yourself open here at the other end too. I don't know, nothing, it could be nothing. But Stacy and I both need it in the minutes. I need it specifically, especially for the last meeting we had with our insurance person. We've got to have that in there so I can go back and I can report that on our ALE. So whatever you guys decide to do is up to you. And I can't give you guys options, but I can just tell you we need to have it in the minutes and have it stated specifically. So.
I can see both sides of this, and I'm definitely a quagmire.
Mhm. Yeah.
Well, from an outside point of view, is I paid attention to this as it developed over the last few months and stuff like that. So the bottom line is, for you to make a decision is, what is the right thing to do? And then fix it that way. Whatever your reasons for making it the right thing to do, justify that and then have it be in the minutes.
I would suggest that you guys contact Mako and go up and see Marcia and maybe put this on for a little bit later and make a decision that way. Because I would hate for you guys to make a decision without having consulted.
advice, yeah, for that.
The other thing I think is on the time card, because it really is two separate positions, you should break it out. Even though currently it is the exact same rate, but it really is two separate positions. So I would break it out. I do. I'll talk to Stacy. It needs to be broken out, because just right now, currently you're at, the same rate, but next year they're gonna pay you $20 an hour for the maintenance. It needs to be broken out. It is two separate positions. Yeah. So I'll let Stacy know.
So you want 2 time cards now?
How do you do it? Do you do it on 2 or do you do it on
have
1?
She
4.
does 4.
Or do you 4 time cards?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just because that contracted amount, and I don't even know, I guess we need to clarify that. If he's an employee of this county and you have hired him as an employee to do special projects, that's different than a employee. It's just like me and Jessica. Jessica is a contracted employee. We are not responsible for health insurance. We're not responsible for,
I'm a full contracted employee.
Yep, she takes care of all of that
Mark's
herself.
an employee.
Okay, but then that tip goes into consideration too for health insurance. I need to know, it kind of goes back into what Shelley was saying about those
30
seasonal
hours,
employees. You know, we need to, I don't know how many hours are on there, but I need to go back and I need to average his. If he has a certain number of, hours averaged, he's going to have to be allowed the option to health insurance. I mean, that's just the law. That's just what we have to do. So there's a whole bunch of things that kind of tie into him besides just his rate of pay. You see what I'm saying?
And there's not any way to, if he's doing the maintenance under contract, there's not any way to expand the contract.
I mean, he could do a contract just like
You could.
like she did. Here's my rate of pay, and you just pay him, and then he's responsible.
See,
for
I almost would recommend that for the maintenance part of it, where you 1099 him for all of the maintenance stuff, and then he's required to have general liability insurance, and if the project doesn't go right, then,
That'll
you
have
know,
to be for a different rate.
Because he's not even listed on
If I
our.
have to absorb general liability, I'm passing it on.
right, but I almost would recommend that, because you're actually, but, you know, I mean, you're just more covered, you don't have to pay health insurance, potentially, if he gets over so many hours, you won't have to pay.
Because this also affects our workman's comp, our unemployment. Our workman's comp is his janitorial is going to be a lower rate than his, he's getting up on top of a roof. That's a different.
Oh yeah, he would get different.
It's a
worker
contractor, so we've got to
different
figure,
worker
and none of
comp.
that is figured out. And that's why
It's
Stacy.
another reason why it needs to be split out, I would argue.
Right, and that's why Stacy, when she asked me about it, we needed clarification, because when we're reporting these to workman's comp, he's not just the janitor.
Absolutely not.
He's also doing contracting work, getting on top of roofs, fixing the cupola. So we have to cover him at a higher
Right.
rate.
Roy does the same thing. We were up there doing the roof together.
Right, but Roy's already covered under the appropriate sections for that. You are not.
Okay.
So we need
Should be.
to figure that out as well. So there's several things that are kind of going here that we've got to figure out. And when Stacy and I sat down to start doing this health insurance stuff, everybody else plugged in right away until we got to Mr. Grimm. So we just need to figure that out so I can report that. So I would suggest that Mako and Marcia definitely be consulted, and then we go from there. At least Mako, because Mako's going to be the one defending anything.
Okay, well, it's not on an action or just a discussion, so I guess
Business as usual
we'll
until
just have to reach out and see what the right thing to do is in this case, because it started out as a simple idea and now it's snowballed into a complicated one.
And nobody ever asked if I'd do the job for $9 a week.
I did.
Did you?
Yep.
I mean, now, today.
Oh,
Oh,
I asked you in the beginning if you were
And I
going to
said
do
no.
it. Huh?
And I said no.
Yeah, I know you did.
well, today, would you do it for $10 an
Let's wait
hour?
and see what happens here. I'll wait to
Oh,
answer that.
I thought you wanted me to ask you that today.
No. Be careful what you ask for.
All right then.
Right.
Okay,
Thank you, Jess.
Thank you.
Okay.
I guess I'll have you redo your timesheet so you do two different.
It's okay, just leave it the way it is now.
This one?
Until we get a clarification, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
well,
And do you want to continue with the rest of the, or was this actually just it?
No, we'll have to do it again. They're going to have to consult with Mako, and then
sign
What's
it.
my job description and the rest of it? job description.
Yeah, well, as soon as we talk with Mako and we figure out what we can do, then we'll, because we don't know if it's gonna be one or if it's gonna be two. If it's gonna be one, then that's gonna change it. If it's gonna be two, it should stay the way it is, the way that they.
Whatever y'all want to do.
Okay.
Is that it?
I'm just do your little cleaning thing unless there's special projects that's approved through us and.
There actually is one that I need to discuss with y'all that's rather important. So at some point, I guess I'll wait for public comment.
Oh, well,
But there is one that's needs to be addressed quickly. Do you want to wait or do it now?
Where'd they go?
I'll wait. I don't know if it should be in public comment. What I
Well,
need to
yeah,
tell
no,
you,
I think
and
it
there
needs
it's-
to
It's of a
be-
private nature.
Hmm?
It's of a private nature that I don't know if should be public in there. I should say it that way. In there.
Well, we'll have to post it for a different day and just say it's employee and then it'll be
It's
closed.
not an employee. It
Okay.
has to do with the security of the building
Okay.
in there, but it's
Every-
kind of big.
Well, everything is public unless,
Oh, you're talking about the, back there.
Yeah. It wouldn't be good if it was public, I can tell you now.
there's no other way to do it.
Okay.
yeah.
It has to be public. But if it has to do with the sheriff's office, I would make sure
It does.
that the
It
sheriff
does.
is here.
It does.
Yeah, so
Well,
we
it's-
gotta wait for him to be present.
Okay.
I can call him and ask him to come. We can do it maybe
That'd
towards
be
the
good.
end, but, okay.
That'd be good, because
Okay.
it needs to be something that's taken care of this next week. It's been going on for far too long
Okay,
in there.
okay.
It's potentially could compromise the county attorney office.
Okay.
So it's, I think it should be,
Discussed?
yeah, but not really in public. I wouldn't think that that's a good thing. But if y'all want to, it's up to y'all.
I mean, Roman's the ultimate decision on that, but I can't.
Well, if it's, what is the definition, if it has a personal nature or,
Employee matters.
employee matter or,
It's security, it's.
It's not something that you
nothing-
want the public to know.
right,
It's just-
or right for the public to know, or a need for the public to know or something.
Is it an emergency?
Candace, who do you want me,
What's
do you
that?
want to sign in on a different sign in on this
He said that
computer?
there's an issue he needs to
Tim's gonna use
address,
it.
but
I don't know how he wants to sign up.
it's a
I'm gonna just
security issue that he didn't
Okay.
feel that
Thanks, Charlie.
it should
You
be
that
brought
are-
out in public.
Potentially would be not good if it was public. And I wouldn't be
It's a
the one
security
that wanted to
issue.
make that call. That's why I said it that way.
I don't think you can call an executive session for that. The only thing that an executive session says is individual or employee.
There you go.
Right to privacy
Or if
outweighs.
you deem it's. How's that said? There's two.
You can't close it. It's for employee matters or for discussing litigation.
Oh, yeah, legal.
Legal.
Well,
It
is
is
it a
kinda
legal
legal.
thing?
No, it's only litigation strategy, not
Yeah.
legal issues.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Board is here. You set? And-
Yep.
All right. I'll call the Board of Health meeting to order. First item on the agenda is review and approval of the August 31st meeting minutes.
I'll move the approve them.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve the minutes from August 31st. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Public comment?
I guess for the good of the order, inspection as far as establishments for the county goes, they're 60-some% complete. I got a couple busy weeks here, got a few things to get handled and make some arrangements on, but should be pretty well done by the end of the year. So the current status or current situation with the state is under the cooperative agreement that each inspection that you do, you get paid for that inspection. Well, I don't know. Candace, do they still do they give me some allowance, 10% or something?
Oh, yeah, there's the percentage.
So anyway, if I get 90-some% of the inspections done, we'll get full reimbursement for our reimbursement from Food and Consumer Department of Public Health has been declining for whatever reason. There's several closures, but it just seems we were above 7,000 consistently, and now it's below 6,000 or below 7,000 something. So it's kind of close. But anyway, that's kind of the establishment thing. We might talk about some of that a little bit later. But anything else for public comment? Anybody else?
On page 1 there, on the second paragraph, how do they, it says failure to sign this will result in local health jurisdiction receiving quarterly payments for inspections completed. How are you normally paid now? Is there something different about that paragraph?
No, we're paid quarterly now for the inspections that you do.
Oh, it's just
but there's a kind of a save clause that after the year, after everything's totaled up, everything's looked at, if there's, and Candace is extremely good at this, discovering that they actually haven't paid us for some inspection that we recorded and done. They have done that in the past where they've not reimbursed us for a completed inspection, so they will make that final payment and do that part of it.
So Tim, do you think the drop is fewer inspections or
What's that?
just fewer inspections? The drop in payment?
No, it's the establishments closing, like restaurants and some changes that we've had out there and licensure and stuff. It's basically just fewer. And then if you have a summer where there's temporary licenses or something, you pick some of them up, then they're not going to show up the next year, so the payment would decrease.
They don't show a license fee. They showed a license fee for tattooing, body piercing, earlobe piercing, but nothing for establishments like restaurants and wholesale food. Is there a standard fee that they pay us for inspecting a restaurant?
Yes, their food small is less than 3 employees, and that's $85 a year, and food large is $115 a year. The last legislature, this is of interest, is that the sanitarians and public health, that part of things, tried to get the fees out of statute. The legislature felt that there was an absolute necessity to be able to control the fees for restaurants and different establishments. They would not ever let that out of statute. It was almost impossible to change. We went through the last legislative session, and this cottage food bill that everybody was pushing so far, we just put in there that, well, if we're going to have that, we need to have the right to establish fees and set fees, and it just flew through the last legislature, and nobody questioned it. And we're just like, what in the world? They fought that to a dead standstill for the last 15 or the last 6 sessions and stuff, and now we just got it passed. So there could be there's supposed to be some change in fee structures and that, which is going to help. The fee that, is there 2 fees for a motel? There are different fees for a hotel, large and small? Candace?
I don't think so.
It's just one fee. But, so like a hotel, I think is $65, but you can have a 250 room hotel and you get reimbursed.
No, there is.
There's
I think
2
you're right.
fees.
I think there is.
I think there's 2 fees. There's less than this many and then a large, but even if the large, if it's $65 or $80, I can't remember, but you only get 80% of that, but you can be responsible for looking at a couple hundred rooms in a,
Every room you have to.
not, you don't have to do every room, you have to do a percentage of rooms, but
Oh.
in a big hotel like that, you better be looking at a good share of them. I mean, you don't.
Do we have anything large in the county then? Like
No. Super 8, I don't remember if that.
About Super 8 and, are you just talking about motels? I missed that. Are you
Yeah,
talking
just
about like the
motel,
campgrounds and
hotel.
stuff? Oh, yeah.
Super 8 might
Super
be
8.
in the large category.
All right. If there isn't any more public comment, unfinished business, sewer regulations.
Sewer regulations. So you had a copy of the sewer regulations that I drafted and put together before. This is the copy that's here. I don't think we did anything with really, there was not enough edits or changes in this thing to make anything really significant. I tweaked the fee schedule a little bit to add something in there that was clearly my intention from the beginning, was that pressure dose drain fields, which take a considerably more design, more time, more calls, more just effort, that we should have a separate fee for pressure dose drain fields. And I just added that. I think that Candace handed you a single page with that without copying the regulations. So other than that, Gary had asked for a summary of the regulations, and you've been provided with that summary of the changes there that are significant. I certainly could work on that some more and come up with some other, there's probably a couple comments under a couple of those sections in there that could be highlighted, and I think would tend to do that. What I would propose is a couple things, is that we need to obviously have a 30-day public comment period on this, but until the board is comfortable with the draft and this summary of changes, and we're still anticipating that our website's going to be up and going here pretty soon, but have to put that out for a public comment. So if we don't see a lot of issues today with the regulations, then it would be a matter of scheduling the next public health or Board of Health meeting. At that, we would have a public hearing for the sewer regulations, which is required by statute to adopt these. So, but in the meantime, we would get the draft, get it out on the web, and send it to our licensed contractors.
That'll be the primary distribution of information to the public, will be the website, or will it be hard copy or anything like that?
The contractors that put in septic systems, there's consistently probably about 10 individuals that put them in. I have been of interest this year. We have been overrun with Missoula County contractors on the east end putting in sewer systems. We've had 5 or 6 systems going that the contractors from Missoula put in. So it's kind of a new nuance that they're decided to go out of county to get these systems. And then in the meantime, we have several contractors here that are going into Missoula County doing systems, so I don't quite understand the travel time anymore about fuel and effort and all that, but that's up to them. So there would be a provision in here that one of the significant changes is that under Section 3, it has language for licensed installers. So this is not something that Mineral County has done. I'm surrounded by 3 counties, or we're surrounded by 3 counties that have licensed installer programs, and if they're licensed in those other counties, or we've had almost all of the installers in Mineral County become licensed in those other counties. So I thought it was a big duplication of effort and not necessary for the general installers that are around here. I think it's time for that. I think we should step up and have a installer certification in the county. The co-opted to that is that if a installer is installing systems without a permit, or if he's continually not installing correctly, then it's a actionable item by the Board of Health to remove his license certification, his installer certification, and he would be no longer allowed to install septic systems in the counties. I think that's a good option to have out there. The percentage of sewer systems that are going in without permits, I don't think that it's very high, but I am pretty convinced that there's at least a couple every year that probably go in without permits. You see some interesting plastic septic tanks, which really shouldn't be allowed, go floating down the road in the back of a truck, so they're going somewhere or something. So
Can an unlicensed citizen install their own?
yes.
Okay. But then, I didn't realize that we did not require licensing for an installer. We do not, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you recommended that we do?
Yes, I'm recommending that that's something that we accomplish with these regulations.
Seems reasonable.
Tim, if you're going to accept the license of the counties around us, are they all pretty similar to the regulations you're proposing? Are some more stringent, or?
I've reviewed the tests from Sanders and Missoula and Lake, and they're all pretty similar. They just ask real generic questions about the big bottom strong and stuff. So they're just not too difficult. I'd work up some installer exam or certification or something. It would just be kind of a review. My intention, though, is that if they've gone to these other counties and licensed, then we're not going to have to repeat anything here at this time.
Just as long as they're all
But there are a handful of installers that put in a few systems, and I just would be so surprised if they ever left the county. They're just not going to go to another county. They're not set up to do that. So they might have a machine, but they have to hire somebody to haul their machine to a job site. And so And then just in general that, these regulations will bring the county into compliance with the current regulations, rules and regulations for the state, that they've been reworked, especially the DEQ4 has a new edition, and our current regulations recognize that these circulars and standards out there, but they're certainly not talking about anything that's the current regulations and stuff. So the wording in here is that the current versions of those will be recognized as the standards for the installation. Circular DEQ4, it's a 100-page document that has all of the technical data for putting in installing the septic system. They tell you about septic tanks, the drain fields, how you site them. So it's a long flow. So it's really good just to take this document and reference it and use it for a basis for your sewer regulations as far as the siting and design of the sewer regulations.
So, Tim, regarding like the citizens that might have a backbone, put their own system in, is most of the issue with the tank, or is there more problems related to the drain field in terms of these kinds of health problems that might result?
You can see both. Probably less with the tank. I mean, if you get the tank and get it level, great. It'll do that. But drain field and distribution, that really lags behind. I just have to spend a lot more time. The provision is there that they can still install those, but it just takes a lot more. A lot of times it almost takes a site visit to go out there and say, we're gonna, you're gonna put these parts and pieces here, here, here. And
Mainly because you need that evaporation. Is that what the leach field is more critical because,
yeah, the installers that put them in all the time know that a standard system, when I say standard system, is a trench that's 2 feet by 2 feet. First thing you see on a home install, he's got the tank 4 feet below. He came out under the foundation and he's 4 feet in the ground already, and the drain field's going to be another 18 inches below that. And it's like, well, guess what? Your drain field isn't really going to work. So try to preempt that stuff.
because if it gets too deep, it's
Just cut off from the oxygen in the air and the surface, and it's going to be a.
so it's not necessarily a groundwater issue. It's more of an issue of the system working properly.
If the site evaluation has been done and completed, yeah, the groundwater shouldn't be an issue. I mean, if there's a groundwater situation, then you can specify that it's a shallow gap or filters.
And what was the deal with what you mentioned, the plastic tank?
Well, our current regulations don't allow a plastic tank. They actually need a variance to install one. So, in this regulation there, it should be a situation where you can administer a field variance for something like a plastic tank, because River Bend area
They can't get underneath
can't
there.
get concrete down there. It's got to be plastic. So but they are making 1 or 2 high quality plastic polyurethane tanks out there anymore. So if you get the right one, it'll be good. But you get the old ones, and I've seen a lot of problems with the old tanks.
With the River Bend incident, why don't they just put it on a concrete tank on a trailer, and then can't they just pick it up with their machine once they're on site?
That's it. They can't. Typically, from the plant, the tank is sealed together with the 2 clam shells hooked together. And the majority of machines can't pick that
You
up.
can't do it, and you can't take the bottom half, unload it, and then put the little black tar sealer, and then set the cap on top of it.
A lot of work. You can. Really tough. It's really tough. It's a big challenge to get those things set down right, slow enough to. You have to have two people, one person on each end, guiding it down. And doing that. So, but the other situation is that an excavator that's big enough to lift up the tank, you can't get it under the tube either.
The hydraulics aren't strong enough to do that
Yeah.
in 2 pieces.
Do you think this is satisfactory as far as the summary then, Gary? Is that, or do you have time to review that?
I think it is, as long as it's appropriately distributed to the citizenry. If we get it on the website, and it would be within 30 days or something, or less?
Yeah, we will have to officially start a 30-day comment period, so I don't know if we can finish this off at a February Board of Health meeting. We'll have that discussion. So.
Is that it on the sewer regs then?
Well, the only thing that in addition to that, I drafted a letter. I just did it just before the meeting. I have a letter drafted to Marcia Boris to please review these regulations for compliance. So that would be something that, if you want to recommend these to Marcia, then I've got a letter for you. But you could ask for a motion to just forward these to the Arundel County Attorney's Office for. She should have a chance to review these before they get finished off. And such.
Do I have that motion?
Motion.
Have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. A motion and a second to approve sending Marcia Boris this letter. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Okay.
Hope they weren't opposed.
That's right. Too bad it's so sad.
Snooze, you lose. New business.
So the cooperative agreement is needs to be reauthorized for the coming year here. Its language, according to the state, has the exact language that it's had before. But there's no changes in it, so I don't see anything that would be notable about not entering into another cooperative agreement. We don't have any tattoo people in the county and stuff. We're still doing the, yeah, anybody that wants to volunteer. So have the 3 pools and 2 spas, still doing those inspections. I don't see anything, as long as we're not seeing something new with that. One change in these standards, which, or be the person that's going to try to put a new pool in, the pool rule and standards for construction, installing, whatever, putting the pool, has, through a big time argument and whatever issue with 2 different parts. Now the building codes are the people that are going to review the plans for pools and the construction and the installation like that. And it's just turned the whole program on its head, because before the sanitarian would be involved and you'd get plans and you'd know what's going on, and now somebody can just flat send a set of plans to the building codes and work on the whole thing, and at some point in time you might go, hey, guess what, we're building a pool somewhere. But it's not going to happen around here. You'll know what's going on. But
they don't have to notify the sanitarian then that the pool's going in, or
not for
just
plans
after
of
the
construction. When it comes to licensure and stuff, we ask a number of questions. They're trying to work out some communication things with the building codes, but it's going to be the state. So.
It says here where Board of Health agrees to conduct the following activities, and that would be pools and spas inspections. We've got yes checked. So that means somehow along the continuum you're notified, right? That a new pool is going in?
Of a new one? Yeah, we'll certainly be notified. What would somebody just build a standalone pool out there? I doubt it. I think it's going to be in cooperation with some other.
Well, I'm thinking about a residence that's going to put a swimming pool in.
That's not.
That's not it.
That's not. It has to be commercial. It has to be open to the public.
Okay.
If there's no more questions, then it would be appropriate for a motion to accept and sign the 2016 cooperative agreement with the BPHS.
do we have a motion to accept and sign the cooperative agreement with the Montana Department of Public Health and Human Services and the Board of Health?
Also, go ahead, I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We made a motion while you guys were gone.
God, just to get rid of some coffee real quick.
We couldn't wait. Food code.
This is just kind of a discussion point at this time. The current adopted food code for the establishments out there is this 2013 code. There is also a part of the Montana Code Annotated that is about 20 pages that coexists with this, that goes along with it to conduct inspections of food establishments and temporaries and different events out there. The food code has not been simplified or made any easier. If anything, it's been made quite a bit more complicated, because the old food code was laid out, it had some logic to it, and I think that Candace passed out to you what would be a plan review guideline for establishments. It's a 2-page document there that I'm still somewhat using for establishments, but that guideline came from the previous rule that was concerned establishments and was our guiding document in the way you conducted inspections.
You're talking about this one here?
Yes. So is that document appropriate for the 2013 code? At least not by reference, and I'll do that. So what counties have done is that they have adopted what they call their own food code. Missoula has a 30-40 page food code in addition to the 2013 code, and they've spelled out some things in that code that are obvious that you just kind of have left hanging. They're not clearly defined. All the rule says is that you need to submit a plan review. It doesn't say anything, the mechanics of it or what you have to do. And then when you get into the different parts, a lot of times it sends you to some other part of the code, or there's a 300-page annex that goes along with it. And we don't even have these for the establishments out there. They're strictly online because the state will not produce them in a quantity so that the establishments could have them. So we're going to a digital online type process now with these rules and regulations. What this process would be is if it would be assisting me into adopting some minimum standards that would go along with this, that would inform people that you need to have a plan review, but the plan review should be using this format, and then we would basically rework that format and adopt it as our standard for plan review, where it would have the authority for us, for I or Candace to hand out and have people use when they're going to anticipate either changing or building a new place. Like I say, I use it now, but I'm a little hesitant because it is based on the old code. And there's probably a couple things in there that we should clarify and tweak. So the other thing about plan review and adopting a food code is that we have no mechanism now for any, like a plan review fee for having somebody come in. And there's times when I spend an incredible amount of time talking to people about setting up a restaurant, doing a restaurant, and doing that part of it. And yes, that's fine, but I'm anticipating that if we were able to put a food code together, is that you need to come in with something that's pretty official and it has to look in this format, and oh, by the way, there's going to be a plan review fee of this many dollars, so that either you're going to be serious about it or you're not. What I get is a lot of people that, well, if I could do something like this, what do you think? And it just, yes, you have to address those questions and do that, but it would be helpful, I think, to just have something that this is the plan review process for Mineral County for food service. It's not going to work that well for temporaries or events type things, but just if somebody wants to come in and mainly it's like there's several vacant existing facilities now, and I just spend a lot of time, and if I had something that I had comfort factor with just handing them out to them and saying that, it's just like, please review this and then let's talk, and that's what I would like to do.
Yeah, that's a great idea. It's going to be time consuming to get it put together, I suspect, but it would save you in the long run the time. It seems kind of strange we don't have it already, but anyway.
Well, I mean, yeah, with the change of the food code, that's one thing that we've asked the state for consistently, is that give us something for this guidance for plan review. And I've talked to different counties, and they're using various things. Some counties still use that old guidance document. So.
Have we run into issues in the past where, because we did not have something spelled out, that would have prevented a problem with food?
I don't think so, because we've been able to intercept them and get the use this document and guideline for the basis of it and stuff. I will say that we had a pretty good coherent system here between the building codes, the plumbers, and especially the electrical side of things for commercial, because we have the resident electrical inspector here, and we had really good communication about these things that are going on and doing that. We've since the Andy Wasson electrical inspector, he still covers this area, but he's moved to Lolo, and the other guy's out of Whitefish, and so we're kind of back to being the far, far away land of what you're doing. The bar over here is being remodeled, the old Montana bar, and they basically went through almost 2 months of remodel without even talking to me. And so I called up the electrical inspector and I said, so hey, where's the electrical permit for the remodel on the bar? And he hadn't had it and stuff, so when those guys jump you, then things happen and stuff. And
Can you put something together like you described that would be kind of a handy dandy guideline?
right. Yeah, I would just use the basis of that, but it would be an action by the Board of Health that would adopt that, so we could just use that.
Great.
In this one here,
Yeah.
like how strict, is this currently what the state been enforcing, like for Missoula County and stuff? I mean, I was just taking note how realistic are some of these rules for Mineral County. You know, all bathrooms are required to have a self-closing door. I know a lot of places that don't, even in Missoula, that do not.
It's the standard.
Yeah.
If you look at my inspection form, there's a lot of, you need self-closing doors on the thing.
Have you ever been to the Missoula Club? There's no door on it at all.
Yeah, and have you heard about the Missoula Club, the most uncooperative outfit in Missoula?
Oh, no, I just heard they had the best hamburgers.
How many employees does the Montana Club have?
Well, usually 2 guys behind the bar, one cooking and one giving you beer.
Yeah, but all of their establishments, they have over 270 people.
Oh, well, that guy owns the meat company too that provides the burger. What's his name?
He owns all the hoagie bills.
Oh.
And he thinks
Well, anyway.
he thinks he needs one certified food manager.
Two different places. We're talking about 2 different places, the
Oh, what?
Montana Club and the Mo Club, right?
I was talking about the Missoula Club, but the guy that owns the Missoula Club also owns that meat plate, packing place.
Yeah, we're talking
Ray,
about
they call it, he had white hair, Whitey, I think they call
Oh, it wasn't the Montana
it. You
Club.
thought I said Montana Club?
Oh, okay.
Missoula Club.
Missoula
You ever
Club.
been downtown Missoula? I'll take you there for a beer sometime,
Yeah.
and a burger.
There's no door to the bathrooms.
You been?
No.
Oh,
You haven't told me.
you guys live under a rock?
That's totally.
Okay, didn't mean to interrupt. I was just wondering because there's a lot of places that we just accept that don't have a self-closing door. So if we adopted these, are you saying that everybody would be
It's
Next.
currently part of the
You're
rule.
really out of the loop.
I know.
Okay, didn't mean to interrupt your flow.
You're gonna have to have Roman tequila out on the town.
Yeah,
no
Christmas
kidding.
party.
So I'm saying I've never even been to the Stockman, so
Oh, you haven't?
Boy, you are sheltered.
I am sheltered.
You need to have a little excursion.
I guess so.
Have you ever been to the Talking Bird?
Yeah, I have been there a couple times.
Yeah.
That's been about it.
Have you been in the doghouse?
But your husband's been in the doghouse.
Oh, yes, he said. Yes.
I meant
Literally.
I meant
either
the
way,
marital
literally.
doghouse.
Yeah, both of them.
Both of them.
Both times.
Okay, well, I will work on that for the next Board of Health meeting. We'll put that into the process and start working things up for you for a review and have that at a subsequent meeting then. So appreciate that discussion. Surf Save, I don't know where my little memo went and whatever, but there's let's bring here. Anyway, we held a class the 12th of December. It was a really interesting thing. Partly scheduling pushed it off later in the year. I started to try to have something in at least November or around there, and scheduling just pushed it off. A number of people went to adjoining counties to take the certification class. Sanders has had one consistently, and Missoula's put one on monthly and stuff. Alicia Johnson of Missoula was the instructor for our 8-hour ServSafe class, and she administered the test for the individuals that took that. It ended up covering almost a majority of the establishments. We probably have, I'd say just right now, about 5 that don't have a certified food manager. That, according to the state, they were indicating that their 2016 license would not be validated unless they had a certified food manager. And last week they backed off of that and said that's not the case.
The state did?
Yep.
So,
When pushed, whenever we have a Tuesday conference call, and I asked them specifically, nobody else in the state was brave enough to ask them. I said, are we going to hold licensure if you don't have a certified food manager? And they just said at the meeting, nope, that's not going to be the case.
so nobody probably came to train her? Not
No,
so-
we sent a letter out before that interpretation telling them that
Oh.
you better have it or else. And so, yeah, we had a lot of.
Does that mean that somebody, the one that attends the class with a licensed certified food has to be on site when, or is it just, they just have to own it, or how, what does that mean?
They have to exert enough control over that establishment so that certification that they have is having impact on the thing. Like Jolie Skelton took that thing. I mean, oh man, the cook, I thought he was going to smack me with the spatula and stuff. Did you know what we had to do over there? And she just came in and said, we're training everybody and this is the way it's going to be and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, I like this and stuff. So if it translates back into people, doing things in those establishments. So if they're not there all the time, then there's a person in charge, and it's responsibility of the certified food protection manager to give that instructions enough, whatever, to the person in charge that
They sort of deputize them in their place.
they're
So are they then responsible, or is the person that is?
well, ultimately the owner, the licensee, is responsible.
Okay.
So you're not going to pick on the certified food manager and stuff. But it was like the senior citizens over here, they were just going to have one of their board members take the class, and I said, whoa, wait a minute, that is not going to work at all. I mean, to have a monthly board meeting and be that as a certified person, I don't think so. So
And how would it work at the fair?
it's back wide open again to the county's discretion of whether they're going to need one or not. So.
But all this actually is moot, because now you said the state's not even going to really enforce it, so no worries?
No, I think there's going to come out something from the state. They just said that here are the new licenses coming out for this year, and don't hold that license for the lack of a certified food person. So.
Oh.
Okay.
And how involved is training for a certified food inspector person?
Did you say what is it?
How involved is the training to get certified?
That's an 8-hour intensive course.
One day?
One day.
Okay.
And that's the biggest objection, is that they're taking 8 hours out of a workday, or have to pay for 8 hours of a workday to get somebody trained.
And can that person oversee more than one establishment?
Yes, I asked that question too, because I have 2 different individual owners that have either 2 or 3 places that they operate in. So, but the state said yes, that could be the case. Again, they wanted it qualified that they exert enough control over that facility.
Where do you go to get the training?
Well, ServSafe has this, it's online.
It's
It
online,
gets really getting expensive, but Missoula puts on a course monthly, and there's a web page on the state food and consumer thing where they're showing you all the classes that are being scheduled and held out there and stuff. So they handled the registration, they handled the books. The individual books cost $60-some to take the course, and so they signed everybody up. But the charge for these people, I believe, was $135 for them to take the course. But we actually had 1 or 2 people come from Missoula to take the class here.
On December 12th, how many Mineral County people were here taking it?
The 9.
9?
With about 6 more really incredible excuses and stuff, and yelling and screaming. And that was just so.
Yes, which ones aren't certified yet? I mean, do we have very many?
$50,000, like $50,000 bar.
Well,
OK Cafe.
They came, well, the 50,000 is that came.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm sorry, Deb was here, we had a fun discussion with Brooke, but,
Like, okay.
no, that's what I'm saying, that just, other than OK and Talking Bird, there's just a couple going over. The Flying R in Alberton does not certify.
They did not attend?
No.
But River Edge.
River Edge, Casey.
Yeah, there's a list here who came.
Oh.
Did we open?
Do I have that in the packet?
We should be.
Oh, okay.
That's what it is, everything.
Oh, the Oasis is still open. I didn't know that.
It's right there.
Oh. Thank you, Charlie, for organizing me.
So, and again, I know it was late in the year and there was no good timing, but as the year went on, more and more people had obtained their certification, the St. Regis Senior Citizen. I've got a little question, I guess, out there because the Senior Citizen Centers, through their agent on council, they said that, hey, here's some training, it's something that you need for rules and standards, and now they're telling people that the training that they provided doesn't meet the ServSafe qualifications, so I don't know if...
Is there any process in place to put some gentle reminder, gentle pressure relentlessly applied to people who don't comply? So you kind of get that out there.
Yeah, I think right now I'm feeling, my opinion is that we've really got things covered because of the either 3 or 4 places that I could just absolutely name that don't have one. They're all signed up for classes in February or March. So.
Does this apply to like the church kitchens? Because they're not serving to the public, it's just...
No, just a licensed establishment.
So what was wrong with the senior citizens class?
Oh, they were going to have a board member take it instead of a cook?
Oh, I thought you said there was something that they didn't supply for the ones that took it.
Oh, the Council on Aging, they had all of their cooks come in and take a training, and when I talked to Jim Goss, now they're kind of backstepping and say it doesn't meet the state food certification manager.
They put it on themselves?
They did it themselves.
Up in Folsom or something?
I think so. In Kalispell and then Eureka, there's 2 different, or Folsom and Eureka. So, I've certainly said more than enough than anything else, so it's Jen's time.
It's your time.
Okay. Does Peg just give an update of the health department or something? Any issues that are going on? Well, we made it through the immunization crunch, which was tricky with the Montana laws changing and all the students needing varicella and stuff. I think almost all of our kids have had their second doses and everybody's complete now. Otherwise, we're still doing the dog bite battle, but so far, so good. We've had quite a few recently, which is frustrating, but really, really compliant people. So that's been helpful. Yeah, we're cruising. We're doing well. Peggy's out right now, so if you guys need anything, it's
How's
me.
she doing?
So far, so good. Yeah.
So Laura, what do you think of the, how new is this position for you? I can't remember.
3 weeks, maybe?
Any ideas, suggestions, comments? Welcome aboard.
I think I'm with it that I think anytime you have baseline rules, then you have more to, can hold people accountable, so I think all that same stuff of having, anytime you have standards, then you have people, it's easier to sink your teeth into what to mean.
Parameters, guidelines, line in the sand.
Yeah, then you have, I think all that stuff is good motion.
Have we had to call upon you for any outside duty?
No, we all, the health department, and I guess I work more closely with the health department And so we team up like, on the vaccination crunches and some of those kinds of things. So I guess I'm more involved in that realm of, can we accept pictures of a kid that say they had chicken pox at age 2? Those kind of things that you drag up on the last day that you're like,
Can you?
no. We decided
That's
no.
a question I would ask.
It was a really good question, but we finally decided no, there's no, you can't. So we said you have to do a titer, which that's basically in the end it came down to you either have to pay for a titer or you can get a free chicken pox shot mostly if you don't, because your insurance will cover it or vaccines for children will cover it. So there was a couple, I would say a handful that chose to fight it and do a titer, and I don't think I think everybody still ended up getting a shot that I can recall off the top of my head.
It was really interesting because a lot of the people who had titers done weren't actually immune. Yeah. So they had chickenpox as children, but they were not immune.
Yeah.
So
it was
weird.
I can't remember anybody that pushed it, and we just said, fine, then you can do the titer, and then, but I pretty much think every single person that did a titer ended up having to get it, that I can recall anyway. So that was kind of an interesting.
Has the exemption just stayed kind of the same? It hasn't jumped up there for people trying to claim exemption?
The rates, a few people did the religious exemption, but it's kind of a headache because they have to repeat it every year and have it notarized and things like that. So there were a few people who were like, my kid's not getting that, so they did the religious exemption, but not too many. Most people just did.
And I think the religious exemption got a little bit harder, right? Where you had to do it every year now, I think, and stuff. So I think it's at least a little bit.
Are the kids going to fit into something so that they for sure can get the vaccination? I mean, either their insurance or something. They're not going to be just kicked out. I mean,
never. I mean, I've never ever had that happen because there's a vaccines for children fund and the health department has all of that. So we have never not been able to get a kid a shot. I don't think ever.
We don't turn anyone away. We even have some vaccines for adults who don't have insurance or their insurance doesn't cover it, like tetanus and flu and things like that. So we want everybody to be immunized.
I don't think in all of my time here we've ever had a problem where we
never
can't
tried to get
figure
away.
out a way to get it, So always.
Good. Anything else?
How best to handle scheduling the next meeting? I pretty much just let that up to Candace unless somebody knows something's not going to work for them. But I'd like to kind of revisit some of this sooner than later, especially before the next installation season for the sewer regs. So I'm anticipating something in February. But is that a 2016 calendar?
Not.
No, here's one if you want one.
How often do meetings typically happen?
What's that?
How often do meetings?
Quarterly. So, and that's,
Oh yeah, you're due in February, right?
Yeah, but they should be back, so.
that's kind of why we're doing the last gasp right now today, is just to meet the quarter meeting. We would have probably had it before now, but it came up, so. The 12th or the 19th of February are 2 Fridays. First full week, the 4th and 5th, you're going to meet the Thursday and Friday that week.
Oh, well, actually, we won't meet Thursday because we'll be at convention.
But
Peggy's going to be gone.
Winter
most of
conference?
February. Peggy said she'll be gone most all of February.
okay, Peggy, when are you going to be around? We'll just schedule it around you.
Just February. We'll be back by the end of February.
What about
26?
March, Tim? Is March too late then?
No, I mean, we'd still pick up March. I was just trying to go a little bit more in the middle of the quarter, but
March 11, March 18, March 25, March 31. St. Patrick's Day is the 17th. That's
so
Thursday.
you're gonna meet the Thursday and Friday, the 10th and 11th of March.
Right.
So if we did the 11th, then do things the day before or so. So I think we'll just kind of tentatively plan for March 11th. So, next meeting. Great. Oh,
All right, and if
we're
any,
way over here.
Do you have a
Let's get out
motion
of
to
here.
adjourn, or you got something else?
yeah, I was just gonna invite everybody if they want to come over to the extension office. Today is Sharon Patterson's last day after 19 years, and there's food, and so you're welcome.
Do you have another blue pen?
I do.
Good. It's on at least one of the blue.
Put your other one behind your computer.
Screaming at her and stuff, she got excited. Whatever, I don't know. This is the original.
Yeah, there were some pictures taken, you know? Was there any pictures taken?
No, that's it, I don't have any. Anything, it's kind of my word against.
And it happened on November 12th. Did they already get it repaired, or is it still as was?
I have no idea, I never got that bid until a week ago.
Oh, a week ago?
Yeah.
I don't even know if it's in our county policy, but if it isn't, we probably should recommend that a minimum of 2 bids be obtained before we decide. I mean, because there could be a vast difference in materials and labor. And I'm just hoping they didn't go get it fixed and say this is what it costs.
Well, we probably should get some pictures of it too.
Putting the carpet on the floor.
I probably should have, this roof I think was dented before.
Right.
It's not the first time it's been used, but like I said, I can't,
Right.
I don't know the people, I'm not there. Laundromat, she was bringing a passenger into the laundromat, and she goes up, you drive in and turn around, it's kind of a tight area, and it's right, probably on the upper corner, I think, that she was going out. Where she's at.
So maybe could we provide Mr. Christensen with another name or two of area contractors, and then maybe he could call them, and maybe you could get a couple more bids for us, and then we can decide from there.
Okay. I'll have to go through.
Tell them that the county requires more than 1 bid. Move forward, and we'll give you some names where you can get another bid or 2, and then.
Maybe provide, I don't know if it's whoever does the bid takes some pictures or whatever, so that we kind of have an idea of what the damage is and.
Right. You got
We got a camera. Maybe we can get Tom to take a picture of it.
If you want, I will.
Adam, I got a
Oh, yeah,
camera.
Adam would go take some pictures.
Maybe you could just jot down on a piece of paper for him a couple of names and numbers, and then since you already have it at your fingertips, and he won't have to look it up.
I would imagine that seamless gutter is probably, I know there's a guy out of Plains that does that.
Yes.
I don't know him personally.
Sparky's Gutters, and his name is Kevin. He does the seamless. He kind of does it for everybody, all the contractors, and he can do 32 feet. That's probably about right for a seamless gutter for 32 feet.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, if it's seamless, like if it's already seamless, then it would make sense to replace it with seamless. But if it's like the 10-foot section, are they replacing it with seamless? I don't know.
Yeah.
You kind of. I think you need pictures.
He said it was seamless, so.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Yeah. Seems like
He just called me and said there was a bid. He was gonna send a bid to me. And, seamless gutter, and it's kind of hot.
That's what she said. Yeah.
Sparky's Gutter. He's not going to probably do soffit work though, in the metal roof.
Travis's number.
I don't think you want, just because of conflict.
Okay.
I'd just send either. He might not agree with that.
Do Noonan and Galloway.
Noonan.
I wouldn't. That's all I would, unless you, and you know what? I probably, like, in the future, I would have a list of everybody,
I will put one.
and then we'll never do this again, like this. Because it seems kind of preferential, right? Like, okay, here's a list of all the,
You
do you know what I mean?
Reconstruction down.
Oh,
Yeah,
right, read. I mean, there's ones I just don't know about, because I don't, So it's,
Stressful, you guys.
I know.
Yeah, I guess better put down reconstruction.
Yes.
What's Dan's number?
But you know,
6497110.
but Jessica, just because we have, like, let's say we have a list of 12 in the county, if we only require, say, 3,
But they need to decide who to call.
they who?
Oh, the,
Oh, okay.
The person.
Very good.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So what I'll do is I'm going to put it in the minutes of all the people that we gave numbers to, because I know one little lady that gets upset. So
Right, if she doesn't get the call.
right, here you go.
Can you give them back as original?
And it's only because we like you that we're giving you
I'll give
these.
the original. Hey, Charlie, you can give them that too.
Yep.
do you want this copy back, or can we keep that?
Yeah, I need one. I don't need that one.
You can have this one back. I can
Okay.
keep the copy.
All right. Okay, but all I can do is recommend that you call these people.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Oh, we need, you already have one, so maybe we just need 2 more. So
Sure.
you can pick 2 off the list,
Okay.
and then we'll be able to move forward with getting there.
All right.
And
Thank you
pictures.
for your time.
And
Thank you.
pictures.
Yes.
Pictures. We need pictures.
Okay.
And that, technically, like you said, it should have been reported to the police, but I know people get excited.
It's got a little nervous.
It actually should be reported because it's the law. You have to, right, Roman? You have
Yeah,
to.
there's a dollar amount of damage, so
Isn't it
what she'd
500?
say, I mean, $500 to $1,000 damage, so, I mean, maybe she thought the scratch on the thing and whatever didn't. She could always say that, but yeah, it's always safer.
Well, and you
to-
get all hyped up and you drive off, shit, when I got ran over in Missoula there last winter, I never called the cops till after the fact, that when I was down at the
Your
hospital.
adrenaline's just going, yeah.
Yeah. What do you do? I mean, you want to get out of the street.
Five more people hit you. Like, wait, man.
Okay.
All right, well, thank you.
All
Yeah,
right.
when you get those, then come back and see us, and we'll get it all wrapped up for you.
Okay. All right, thank you
All right,
guys.
yep.
Sorry.
You have a good one.
All right, you too. Thank you for your service, Dick.
Okay,
All right, Judy.
We'll see you guys. Thank you.
okay. Well, I'm just here to talk about the tax query site. Just wanted to say, first of all, I understand when something costs that much. But it's, I know we've had to call their office a lot, and I know it gets used a lot by people in my profession, in the title company. I'm gonna say probably banks, probably call you.
Title companies,
Title companies.
mortgage.
So I
Do we
don't-
know how long when was this activated? Do you know that?
I think it's been a couple years now.
God,
hasn't
yeah,
it?
I've been
Maybe
using
even
it,
longer
yeah,
than
yeah.
2012, I think.
Who upped us up on that? Do you know how that got started?
How did you just say, let's do this? I'm sure the treasurer's office suggested it.
But as far as how it got started, I don't know. I know that it was offered and
I'm sure Black Mountain would try to up their bill all the time, so I bet they would always be soliciting the treasurer for any of those products. And so my guess is, it sounded like a good idea. Mary said, let's do it, and that's how it was
Well,
done.
and a lot of counties were
In
already
2012.
doing it. If I needed something in Missoula County, I could go on their side, or Lake County, or it was already provided, so.
So could we ask Black Mountain for how many hits they got on that thing? I mean, if it's real important to the realtors and the title companies and the banks, and we know how many are using it, it's a little more easy to say, yeah, that's worth $3,000, or would someone be willing to share part of this bill, or but we don't even know accurately how many times it
How
was
many?
used.
Well, just on Monday and Tuesday, Shandell had already done 30 calls on it in just 2 days.
Well,
Could
and
we
so
ask
it
Black Mountain?
happened-
I mean, they should have a record of how many times it was used. Shouldn't they?
Why do they charge you so much to do anything, do they? Just seems
Now, that's what I was wondering,
they
if we
could give you a
can we
discount.
negotiate with Black Mountain, go, hey,
I tried negotiating with them.
and what do they
I
say?
even said, well, can you guys come down on your rates, or otherwise we're gonna have to cancel some stuff, and
They said no.
I'm a fairly good negotiator, and I got nothing. Nothing.
Really?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Well, and
Yeah.
does all that come out of the IT? I was wondering if it could come out of my budget, because I take in roughly 19,000 in fees a year. Can I use part of that money to pay for it, just so it's there?
So in your binders, you have a letter from Michelle Parkin.
I read it.
I also spoke with George Spangler, who would like Roman to give him a call.
I did, I talked to him.
Okay, good. So I also got a call from Lambros in Missoula. I got a call from Century 21 in Missoula. I got a call from Helena. So that's 6 people that have made contact with our office alone since Monday. Most of them called Monday and Tuesday when they went to go to work and do something and they couldn't.
And another thing is they don't work 8 to 5 Monday through Friday. Realtors work on weekends and nights, and we're not there. I mean, during the day, sure, we're there. We can help them, but if not, they may be waiting until the next day or on Monday after a weekend. So that, I think, has got some of them stirred up because they can't access it. They can access that website 24/7, but not my office 24/7.
Do we know, Jessica, has it been paid out of IT or out of Mary's budget?
I think it's paid all out of one line item. I'm not sure.
It's all paid out of our software, out of IT.
Yeah, it seems reasonable that if Mary wants it, that she could pay for it out of her budget. It seems.
Do you think there's enough money that you would be able to do that?
We'll have to look, but
Right.
if I had the extra for what would that be under maintenance or supplies or something? I don't know where it come out of.
We can pull it out of any of those, right? I mean, it's just so if you have it in maintenance, we can take it from maintenance. We can take some from supplies. We can run a budget to actual report. Yes, I think the budget's in the system now.
When I ran a report yesterday, it's showing me that it's not. Did you
just
run it
checked
today?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Because I ran it yesterday at I don't know what time that report was ran.
Huh? No, I ran it. What fund?
12:34, and it was still all these negatives in there.
I ran it. I think it's in there. So I don't know. I mean, I think that if Mary has the money and she chooses to do it, then she could go out and try to get reimbursed from the title companies or not, and it could be her prerogative. Don't you think?
Because I get fees enough for sure to cover it with that, going forward, just in the treasurer's fees from I get $75 for every redemption that's done.
Every what?
Redemption, assignments, and then redemptions from the assignment. If people ask for delinquent tax lists, there's $15 a piece for each one of those that calls and wants. So I have different fees. We charge fees for when we send out delinquent, when people are delinquent, we write letters to them. So I think, at least over the last 4 years, I've had at least $18,000 a year in just the treasurer's fees. So I think that they're $3,000. If it's in my budget, I could cover that, pay for that. And I have it on everything. I have it on my tax bills, my letterhead, and that information I've been putting out since it first started.
Well, we would greatly appreciate it because it slows down what we do when we have to wait. And like you said, we do a lot of work at night and a lot of weekends. And even I had to call I think 4 to 6 times Monday and a bunch on Tuesday. And
Tammy's been in.
Yeah, and sent Tammy down. That's just me. So there's.
You have to go out though and say how good we're doing.
I know. I told Judy. So I go and see Judy on Monday. So the first thing she's like, "You had to cut that?" I'm like, "Geez, Judy, which way is?" I'm like, "You should be happy. Look at us go."
Yeah. And
But no.
sitting where you sit, I probably would have thought, Jesus, what is that? I mean,
that-
really, it's
yeah.
true.
Well, that's, I mean, when
Yeah.
we get sitting here with a $36,000 Black Mountain
Yeah.
bill and we're going,
I know.
do we, and it's listing
Yeah.
all this stuff and we're going, Jessica,
This is
do
a-
we need all this
the only
on there,
thing, yeah.
and so that was.
Who do you negotiate with? Or
Black
just-
Mountain,
I
the
mean,
sales.
who do you talk to? Does it
Dave.
Pat Cook?
What, no, be
What does she
Dave.
do?
Dave. Yeah.
She's a,
Oh, Pat Cook's the support.
Oh, the support.
Yeah, like you need to run a report or something.
Did
Dave
you
is
ask
the
him why they
salesman.
charge so much for?
Oh
what
God,
does it
yes.
do? Is
Oh,
it
I talked to him for
Because they
30 minutes
can,
and he called me
get
back.
rent.
I talked to
Yeah,
him 3
there's a
times in
monopoly.
one day.
They're the only game in town. They got. So
well, there's another game, but I don't.
It's not very good.
This is the best.
This is the best.
This
yeah.
is the best game. It's the easiest to understand.
And all the schools use it, so everybody talks nicely to each other.
Yeah, we wouldn't want to change.
well, one thing that
But-
also kind of came to the surface out of
But
this whole
it's-
thing was the convenience, the ease, and the diminished workload on the office because of the computer system. So, with the advent of more of this technology, might that translate into one day we can start paring down manpower in the courthouse because people can use technology instead?
I would think so. And I think that's something that when we do the budget this year for fiscal year 17, when we do it, say, in June and July, I think we're going to look at things that we haven't looked at for a long time. And we're going to really look at all the FTEs and where they've,
Yeah.
because I personally tend to think that some offices are overstaffed. So I think, yes, we would look at that.
Well, that's a good news that there's this thing available because now that'll mean 33 less phone calls a day. And, yeah, Mary
I know
cut.
since the Department of Revenue, when they got that cadastral site, because we used to have to go down to their office, look up the numbers and look at all those files, and now it's all on the computer. I mean, it's not always perfect, but it's pretty nice. It's handy.
So, I guess what we'll do is have Mary examine her budget and see if she can absorb the cost of it if she chooses to. And like you said, Dwayne, another thing, can we look up, follow up, Jessica or whoever, the number of hits it currently gets and from who? I mean, 100 hits from Judy, that's just Judy. How many, how diverse are the hits?
I'm just Snoopy, I don't know.
I think Mary can find that out.
They better be less than mine.
Yeah, because if there really is a if it's more than 3 realtors in town,
Yeah.
I mean, like Dwayne said, we had no idea how to measure
Yeah.
the value of this. We just
Yeah.
know that that's a pretty big number of.
They should be able to tell us it's a website.
Well, there's a link on our MLS, because I sent it to them. So like all the Missoula realtors, you can get right onto our tax query site from the MOR. So it's...
Mary,
Well,
speaking of,
anyone that calls, I say, I'm more than happy to help you, but I can also send you a link so you can look it up yourself if you want. So it'll cut down on some of them, but we still get calls every day from people still.
And we have to call the planning office a lot because you have to have, the addresses are messed up and banks are, they don't want the legal description, they want the address. It's like...
so maybe after we investigate your budget and who uses it, and bring it back to Charlie for on the agenda, and we'll re-decide if we need to bring it back or not.
Thank you. That's
Yes.
Do we need to put it as an action item though? Or can
Oh,
Mary
it's
just
administrative, isn't it?
just decide to do it?
It's her budget. I think Mary can do it.
So
Even without ever
But put it
coming
on
back.
the agenda. Yeah, it doesn't have to be action item. But
Just
put-
so that you're aware.
So that people can come, like Judy and like
Yeah, just
whoever
more of an
needs
information thing saying, yeah, this is
Yeah.
what I found out.
for discussion or whatever. Discussion to reactivate whatever it's called, tax something.
It's like tax query.
Query?
Shows- yeah. And what's kind of nice about it, it really only shows what your taxes are and if it gets paid. I mean, when we have to get the bill from her, it shows everything about their taxes, which is, public information, but it's more fair to just look at the bottom line, and that's really all we need. We don't need to know how much the sheriff got and how much that's, everybody else got in it on the other people's taxes. So. And it, it tells us if they've been paid or not, so we're able to like do estimates and stuff, when you list something and then you sell something and when people call you. The problem with it happening right now is like we're right in between, like everything in our records is last year, so when someone calls, oh God, I gotta update that. So it's like we're calling for, the new tax bill. It's like, we had to call a lot, so. Anyways.
Well, I hardly ever see you, so while you're here, what's new in Regis?
Jessica lives there.
I know, but I get her version. I want to hear the I want to hear the old softball pros version of what's going on in St. Regis.
Well,
Not on your side. Not on your side.
Everyone was complaining about people speeding on the cut-up road, so I called Robert up. Well, could you patrol that? Everybody's giving me a bad time, and he goes, well, he had to pick up all these people without insurance, all the locals.
Well, you know what? That really took the
place.
cake. Remember the one I told you? It really took the cake.
Yeah.
I'm going up, and I'm pretty liberal because I know people are, going downhill, speedometer. I get this guy going 82 mile an hour down the cemetery hill coming up to the bank.
Oh, my Lord.
I thought, well, that's good
not
enough.
uncommon either.
82 and a 55 or whatever it is. And so I wheel around, and he pulls over right by the entrance to the Two River Mullen Bank. So there I am going, and this was like 6 months after the bank robbery there. Remember that bank robbery?
Yeah, on the motorcycle.
So I thought, well, there's still, the entrance to the bank is like 180 feet wide. So we're taking up half of it, but there's still room for people to go right behind my lit up cop car and do the drive-in and come out right behind my lit. And I think, well, this is good. The bank will be happy because there's a cop car lit up that just got robbed. And this guy was going 82. I'm sure that Judy Stang would appreciate it. I didn't let a guy go 82 all the way by the OK.
Yeah.
And what the heck is that guy's name that ran?
Alan Bradley.
Yeah. Hello. Would you mind moving and not stopping cars in front of the bank because it deters and scares my customers away, and I really don't need law enforcement around here, And I said,
Are you really?
And I said, I was so mad at first. I was about to tell him that actually the state of Montana owns a right of way that goes clear up to dang near where his drive-in starts. But I didn't push that envelope. I just was. Are you kidding me?
Really?
Wow. Yes, sir, Mr. Bradley. No more alarm. Next time your bank alarm goes off, I'll be back in my chair going, I'm on a donut break.
I don't want anything to do with law enforcement here at the bank. That's bad for
And what was really ironic is that he proceeded to go in the bank, and I showed them. So all the little clerks apparently did appreciate me. I get a call from Scribner.
Shirley?
Roman, don't listen to him. We really were glad you were there. Those people speed by. People come out of the drive-in. They're about to get T-boned. 82 would have killed somebody, and we like seeing you there. So please do it again. I'm going, okay. So I listened to Shirley and not what's his name.
I know.
It's hard to make them all happy.
Call me all the time.
So funny.
Because they're always speed.
I'm glad you slowed them down.
Well, I thought 82 was holy cow.
Yeah, no
Guy from Washington, of course.
God, I don't know what's Jessica makes everything happen in St. Regis. We're getting new streets and sidewalks.
Yeah. But we have Christmas decorations.
We do. Christmas decorations.
Yeah, they look
and
good.
trees. And
You're really,
St. Regis is totally uptown.
Yeah.
I always have to tell the story about how I kind of got my eyes awakened when I was a young logger boy in St. Regis with Talking Bird. So you're ruining my image of being able to tease her about Sin City now. I mean, it's turning into this.
Funny.
I never stay out past 7 o'clock.
You lied. You lied.
You made me stay out late the other day, but I really get nervous.
I was laughing so hard. Okay.
I know it.
Oh,
Okay, so
state entitlement distribution.
okay, hang on. Because I want to get this. I got to write what you guys are going to do. So you're going to call Black Mountain.
I'm gonna call Black Mountain and find out how many hits. I'm also gonna check my budget to see if I can absorb that money.
Okay.
And keep it. And then you're gonna put it on the agenda so we can discuss it next week. But not next week, so I won't be here.
We're not going to be here yet.
Even better.
I'll be, or whoever signs checks, Wednesday or Thursday. If you
Say,
need somebody.
Charlie will pay from the next regular agenda. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. I took one of these now.
Bye, Judy.
Okay.
So, state entitlement distribution. So do you remember, we actually have some discretion on how to distribute state entitlement money. So remember the special districts, the hospital, the maintenance districts, the West End Fire, they have a minimum amount that we have to give them.
Right.
So with your approval, I'm thinking we need to give those districts the minimum amount. And then the rest of that money, really, we have discretion on where it can go. So a lot of places would put it, say, all in the general fund, right? But what I'm thinking is, so I just looked at the budget. That's why I know we have budget figures in there.
Oh, okay.
And it was actually budgeted for. So
What do you mean?
So it was
In the
already-
general fund?
it's already been allocated. So if I look at the road, we don't have to give the road anything. But it's been budgeted that we're gonna give them $5,000. So I guess what I propose then, since it's already been budgeted for, is we'll give the districts the minimum that we're required to. We'll give the funds that were budgeted, we'll give them what was budgeted, and then the rest we'll put in the general fund. And next year, when we do our budget, we are gonna look at state entitlement money and say, okay, where do we really need it? Because it's really silly to give any of it to the road fund. No offense, but the road has tons of money. We're not required to give any money to the road fund, but yet we're giving them money and meaning it's only, and allocating it to certain specific uses.
Is that one of the mills?
No, it's not a mill.
State entitlement money.
No.
Well, one of the reasons I know Roman had talked a couple years ago was starting to work on some kind of, get like a portion of a mill to the road and some into the road, when we were thinking that Secure Rural Schools was going to fail, which they talk about that every year,
Yeah.
So we were talking about,
Starting the line item,
Start
maybe,
building up a,
even if it was only like 2/10 of a mil, just to get it on the tax docket as something that we assigned a part of a mil to.
I would never do that.
Okay.
So how much money do you have right now in your road fund?
$4,600,000. But, that's only 4 years.
If SRS ceases to
Right,
exist,
but
we
then
last about 3 years on it.
Sure, and then at that point, then you would give them a mill.
But would they be able to make it?
You can allocate those mills anytime you want to, anyway.
So what you're
But would it
saying?
be a jump? See, I thought if we just did like this baby step where it appeared, right now it doesn't even appear on the tax roll, like other counties, they have a road mill. It's
Nobody gives the road fund mills.
Deer Lot, Powell County told me they did.
I don't know why. I don't know why they would.
oh yeah, I think there's other counties that
Yeah,
have,
we called a
that
couple
have,
others.
that have,
Road tax?
road tax, or,
Yeah.
Everybody
They
calls
thought we
it.
were in
Road
an
tax.
Yeah.
that's different.
Oh, well, when they do road tax, aren't they basically taking a mill, a tax mill?
No.
Oh, what do they do?
Road tax is coming from the state. It's a state money.
It's not big. What's road
I thought there's other counties
Well, I thought
that
there was,
have
if people have a
I think
tax
Sanders-
bill, yeah.
I think Sanders has
Yeah, because remember
I don't think so.
they were gonna.
When they get
some
their
of the
tax bill, it
counties
talks about,
cut because
Either way, let's say, either way, maybe other counties do it, maybe for some reason other counties have spent their entire road budget. But if you have, so the general fund right now has negative $50,000. Okay, so until we get this entitlement money figured out, that's where the general fund is, at negative $50,000.
needs
The
that.
road fund has $4.7 million. We do not give the road fund mill levies at this point.
Okay.
You would give them a mill levy. You're gonna, truly what you wanna do is you wanna be able to give the general fund the majority of the mill levy. Because the general fund you can use for anything. Once you give it to the road,
Locked up.
it's locked up. At any given time, we can transfer money to the road from the general fund, if needed,
Oh,
right?
okay.
But it's still open-ended. It's not dictated on what it's spent for. But as soon as you give it to the road, that's it.
Okay.
It's road. So you're shrinking the things that you can
Okay.
use it for. So you wouldn't do that.
Okay.
Okay.
So just for the minutes, what I'm saying is that
Well, just for state entitlement really was the
Topic,
discussion.
yeah.
So what we're gonna do is we're going to, for fiscal year 16, we're going to give the minimum required amount to the special districts. We're going to give the approved, like budgeted revenue to the different funds with the remaining amount going into the general
How
fund.
many of those different funds are there? You mentioned road and, I'm trying to figure out the dollar amount. How much will the general fund actually get now? Since some of it's already
I
been.
think it should get about 100,000 instead of like 25,000.
Okay.
You know, in the general fund, it's budgeted for 25,000, but that's just what, going off last year's numbers. I think the general fund will get 100,000.
Okay.
I think for the whole year.
Yeah.
Right. So it comes in four payments. So at the end of the year, we should have about $100,000 in there.
Okay.
So.
All right.
But like, for example, the road fund is 5,000, weed is 4, fair 2,100, you know.
Okay.
But we don't need to do that next time.
Okay.
That's it.
All right.
I just wanted to.
You said 100,000?
That's my estimate, yeah.
Estimate
But I really
at the
don't.
end of the year.
I don't really want to be held to that. I don't know. I mean, I haven't looked at it from a total standpoint. You know what
Estimated.
I mean? I just looked at
I
it
put
from
estimated.
Okay.
allocation. Okay.
Okay. Well, thank you, Finance Comptroller.
Yes. Mary, any questions? Okay. Then we can.
Was there another public comment after this? Because I invited T-Bone down to talk to Jessica and I about, or we can all in front of all of us, I guess, for that matters.
I just need to talk about IT for like less than a few minutes. I'm doing IT. It's kind of just fell on my lap. I'm not really the IT person, but DIS comes to me for everything, and I'm helping the health department to Marsh's office to everybody. There's a big problem with every time we get a new computer, I have to take it apart. I have to hook 2 different in. I have no station to work. So I have to go to someone else's computer, dismantle the whole computer to hook a hard drive into another computer to make it work. What I'd like to get permission is to have Ron Stortz or any electrician drop 3 lines into my office at my spare desk so I can set 2 different computers side by side and use transfer cables and save 2 or 3 hours of all this work. I mean, in a week and a half, I've got 13 hours into IT, and I get me $22 an hour to do probation investigation, not to sit and play with computers. We're just wasting a lot of money and time because like now I'm working on Marsh's computer, but I'm down in the juvenile probation office, dismantle that computer to hook up the new computer, which if I could do it in my office, I could put them side by side, let them work, let them transfer everything from Billings, and I could be working on probation instead of keep running back and forth. The reason I can't do it right now, I'm on the sheriff's network, and that office is on the county network. So we're 2 different networks, so I need 3 county lines dropped into my office is what I'm proposing. They're going to be out here to install Wi-Fi through the whole building, and I just think at the same time...
DIS is?
Yeah.
Yes, DIS is coming in. They're going to put Wi-Fi signal in here, mount out in the hallway, dispatch, 3rd floor and 2nd floor. It's been all proposed. It's only $1,000.
It's already been budgeted.
It's been budgeted, sorry. I just think while they're here for a little bit extra money, it'd be cost effective, especially for hours with my wage to have it there. I just need to be able to, I mean, I could have transfer cables and I could do most of it while working on my normal probation stuff instead of wasting so much money being all over the place. So I'm just trying to get it figured out because it's a waste of time and money. I mean, we were calculated 11 hours up to the day, and I've been on it since I've been here. So it's just a lot of money going down the drain with me.
And we're keeping track of all that time we spend on IT because, you know, I spend time on it trying to make sure we have money to do stuff with. He spends the majority of the time trying to make sure that computers, I mean, anytime anything goes wrong, like this week we had the extension office or the health department office. When they bought computers, they did not go through DIS, so they ordered computers that were basically...
They're Lenovo's. They're a horrible computer, big security breach. There's one static IP address and there's one roaming. The problem with it leaves a back door up into the system. DIS does not want them on our network. They have it confined to the health department. They've got security set up there for it. It's just, there's a lot of issues with that. That's a whole different
can of worms that we don't need to get into. I know you got a Lenovo laptop. We're aware of it. It's not an issue, but we want to stay away from Lenovo's.
Adam and I are
across the
just
board.
trying to funnel this IT stuff. So we're paying DIS a lot of money to do our IT. So we're trying to make it so they're doing the majority of the stuff and we're doing less and less. However, there's still a need to have somebody here.
I was against DIS in the beginning, but I truly got to be honest. They're an incredible company with a wealth of knowledge and great techs when we can use them correctly. And that's with giving them access to both computers at the same time instead of trying to pull hard drives and plugging them into another computer. So I'm hooking dual hard drives into one computer and they're manipulating. They're a very smart, very good company, but you need someone locally who can move the hardware around. And that's just where I guess I've come in. I mean, we need to buy stuff. I mean, like our panels in the back, I'm using 14-foot cables when I should actually use a 1.5-foot patch cable. So it's for data transfer. We're in a technology age. We need to stay current with it, and it costs money to keep it running. Yep. So I need to buy a bulk of patch cables. They're pretty cheap. They're only like 80 cents a piece. But when you buy 30 or 40 of them and then you transfer everything around, one switch back there is full. We're manipulating the system to make it work. DIS is excellent with it, but it's just taking time. So I was just trying to cut some corners and like put 3 cables in my office. That's really what I'm here for, is just to get approval for that.
And there's money in the IT budget. The cost would probably be less than $150.
Oh. Yeah, I just got to my breaking point today, and I decided I'd just come down and ask.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's just.
Are you the only one doing the IT by default?
Yeah, I send, anytime they call me, I send it over there.
So he's better than you?
Yeah. Oh, shit. But I used to do it, and I can muddle my way through, but I don't have the time.
That's kind of,
I don't have the time for it.
I mean, CJ, Josh, all the guys, they call me
You're the
on my
IT
cell
person,
phone now.
Jason.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
You didn't know that? No. Is that how that works, Adam?
I didn't catch it, and I'm okay with that. So if I can get permission to drop 3 lines in there, I don't know about the power at this time, but I think the power will be fine the way it is.
Well, I don't think that they need to give permission because there's already a budget set for it. They
Well,
just need to be aware that that's
Well, why
happening.
use Ron Storts when DIS is going to be here?
I don't, truthfully, nothing against Ron. Every time we have him run cables, there's a problem with the cable, and it takes me a couple hours to fix the cables. I know he's trained to certify them now, but he's not connecting them correctly. Like Christina Ackland up in the JPO, there's 2 phones in there, 2 phone banks. The phone bank transfers power with the phone line. So we've got power hooked to a computer that shouldn't be. So I've got to come in now and fix that phone bank.
So are you suggesting, because at the start of this you said have Ron Storts.
I just meant whoever you guys wanted. I'm not that particular. With GIS sending their crew in to put the Wi-Fi in, that's when I'd like to have them installed when that crew's here.
I think he would have to
Yeah.
ask permission because it's not his budget. Who owns the IT budget? You.
Me.
Oh, then really, yeah.
That's who, I mean, Cindy's
You're-
always done it before.
So you're in charge.
So
really it's just, yeah. You guys, you just.
I'm spending someone's budget, so I'm.
Yeah, but I wasn't
Okay.
sure whose budget you were spending. So
Neither
I
am
guess it's Charlie's, yeah.
And there's
Okay.
2 monitors that came in,
They're mine. I've been waiting for them.
they're up in my office, they got delivered today.
Perfect. We got a $13,000 mobile forensic device that literally breaks cell phones. 13 grand sitting in my office, so that's what those monitors are for. So we can. Charlie got the grant. Excuse me. So we got a huge piece of technology that puts us way advanced. So that's what those monitors are for.
Cool.
So
It's pretty cool.
So you think DIS's rate on that would be the same as Stortz's or more?
I think they're in the ballpark the same.
About the same.
And truthfully, Ron's a great electrician. He's just crappy at the network cable stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we had him come in here and we thought he was supposed to hook up this other wire for this laptop so it would read the TVs for Tim so he wouldn't have so many issues. He ran the wire, but he didn't do anything else. And so Adam had to like troubleshoot and go all the way back to the beginning and figure out what he did.
They're hanging in the ceiling back there. He didn't plug them into the switch like we thought he did and like he was supposed to. So he didn't actually even certify them because he didn't plug them in and verify the connection. But they have a certification number on them, so I'm curious how. But I'm not here to dog on Ron at all.
No.
And Ron makes a huge mess, though. Every time he comes in, I spend hours cleaning. He doesn't care where the mess falls. All the computers on the top of the desks. It's a mess.
Thanks, Mary.
Thank you.
And DIS, they'll know, I mean, the thing about having DIS do it is they'll drop them and they'll know exactly what they are. So if in the future there's any issues, they're the ones that did the work.
Actually, they'll even network them, and they'll put them in the system, and then they're logged on their server where they're at. So that's just where I'm at. I don't really care who does the work, because either way it'll get working. But my preference would be to use DIS.
Well, if they're here anyway, it'd probably be easier for them to
Get it done right.
blend it into their
Yeah.
work. Probably won't.
When are they doing that?
I haven't got a date yet.
In January.
There we go. So
I'm sure it'd be easier while they're here anyway to just incorporate into the same trip rather than calling a separate person who might actually be more expensive for one job.
yeah, and they're going to be running a wire right outside my office, so it won't be
Right.
hard to bring 3 more down.
Right.
With it.
Well, and part of the reason that I brought that IT committee back to you guys is so I don't want to be the one solely responsible for that IT budget. First of all, it's a lot of money. And second of all, it's, you're buying computers and you're buying patch cables and I think that committee should kind of be in charge of that, watching it, making sure that things are being spent according to the plan. What is our
Yeah,
plan for this
and
year?
everything matches.
And everything matches, because otherwise you have a whole bunch of people spending money and you have no idea what's going on. And
if it's necessary, I don't know enough about computers to know if it's even
Yeah.
needed.
like it was always been planned for these wireless spots to come in, so then you don't have, when they have trainings here, or the Republican Party, they're not accessing the LE Center server. They shouldn't be doing that. It's a safety risk.
Yeah, we're going to put a public side to the Wi-Fi and a work side. Which one will be more tightened down restriction-wise for the public, so they don't have access to any of our stuff? It'll be completely behind a different firewall, and our side will be able to transfer stuff to our network drives and everything. So it'll be 2 different Wi-Fis that no one will know the difference, but the employees will get a password to log on to their side, and it's designed for work.
And just, I don't know what is done in other counties, but, like my only background is you have your committee or your person that has a spending authority of up to so much money, and then anything else needs to come to the commissioners. Is that something that we should be doing with this IT budget? Because the IT budget is like $100,000.
And it's just really nobody's in charge of it. I mean, in the past it was Cindy.
In the past it was Cindy. It's been passed on to me.
It's up to you. I mean, you can say, you can be kind of the IT department head and it's your budget, or you could say, hey, I think I want to include the commissioners in on this management of this budget.
Yeah.
And you may want to do that.
I'm thinking like if Adam and I could just say, yeah, we've got the money to buy a new computer, because we can't wait for every
if I need to buy a new computer and I'm in district court, I have my own. I don't spend.
District court comes from a different money.
State.
If I'm in the road department.
Road department comes from road department.
Okay, so this is just general fund IT.
Yep.
This is just overall.
Yep.
Okay.
But if Marcia's office needs a new computer, it comes from that IT.
How about Weed would come from?
Weed has their own.
Anybody with their own fund.
Anybody with their own fund comes from
fund.
The health department. What I'm going to say to Peggy is,
use some of that.
You've got some money,
Yeah.
so if you pay for half the IT budget, we'll pay for the other half.
Okay.
We need to get her on board not to buy any more Lenovo's.
Good luck with that.
We need to get everybody on board needs to buy nothing. They can buy no computers. They need to come through through DIS.
Yeah, John told me to take it out and put a 9mm through it, but it's horrible. I mean, she bought homeowner computers for an industrial business. I mean, she bought the worst computers. I literally had to go take it apart.
Right, and so that's kind of where we are. We're kind of out there, OTF, as Joe would call it, out there flapping.
So I think we need to write a policy on computer purchases.
Yeah.
That they all need to be approved by somebody.
By
me and Adam.
The Occuplex
we can say the
320s.
IT committee, right?
And they do that.
Changing.
Everyone's really good. If there's an issue, they'll call. Like we've had to purchase 3 computers since I took over, because we had a power outage. It fried one. We had to get one for Jess. Then Roy needed a new one, so we bought Marcia a new one because she was the first on the list to replace. Hers was the oldest, so we're just giving Roy that one instead of, because he doesn't need a brand new computer for anything.
It's perfect to give him an
You know, so we kind of know a rotation. We talk with Garrett. We order computers through there. Somebody needs to sort of be in charge so we're not running into these problems. But I don't want to spend money if they're saying, no, we want to know about every little purchase. I mean, I don't know what their policy is.
So, okay, so let's think about, we should write that in our policy.
Mm-hmm.
So we should probably write something, that there's 5 people on the committee. The committee head, which would be Charlie, has authority to spend $2,000 without committee approval or something.
Mm-hmm.
All computer purchases have to go through IT, be approved by IT committee.
Yeah, because you can buy an $800 computer, or you can ask for a card reader to be put in your computer, and you've already taken up to $1,400. I mean, just a USB card reader, which you can buy online for $2, but time you have it built in, you're hundreds of dollars more, and for no reason. So
And people don't know.
they just don't know you can rank up a huge bill before you know
You guys
it.
are already over my head.
Yeah. So
Yeah, because we use Optiplex 320s. Those are the computer model we use here. You can get a 920, which is a super duper computer, and you can hook 4 different monitors into it. Just because you wanted the card reader, you're going to get that super computer without realizing what you've done. So you went from 800 to 1400.
So that's what I think, Charlie. So I think you should write the policy.
I agree with that.
Of course you do.
I second that. All those in favor?
Yeah.
But I think you should write a policy like that, and then we could, I can look at it or whatever and make
we can do that.
suggestions. But I think that would be really clear, because it does seem even confusing to me, like why Adam was even in here asking for $150. I'm like, but we don't really know who to ask.
That's what Adam wants to ask.
Yeah, so very good.
And it's changing your building. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Well, thank you for asking.
But then that would address, if it's in the policy, that would address the health department.
Yeah.
Or whoever
'cause
going out and buying it.
Well, right now.
It's horrible.
That's a bummer. What a waste
Adam,
of money.
It is.
Right?
Could you just do us just a little tiny little bit of a favor? So the Pioneer Council hit something up at the hilltop.
An awning thing with a gutter board, gutter drain.
Okay.
We need some pictures.
I'd love to. I don't know my camera, but yeah, I'll get pictures.
Okay. Because we just need to see what the damage is.
They're
We're
saying,
at
they're
the hilltop?
saying, yeah, so the driver person, they're thinking that they just kind of dented.
Scratched their roof line.
Just dented the rain gutter. But the invoice has like a partial piece of metal roofing, soffit repair,
Big long.
32
and a
32 feet of
foot
rain
seamless
gutter.
rain gutter. So we would also want to know if it's an existing seamless or if it's like 10-foot sections.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
They didn't do the guy come out and started chewing on them, and they didn't do a
Is-
report or.
Didn't have the cops come.
I guess they got super nervous and kind of just left.
Okay.
Boy.
Do we know where on the hilltop? Is it the north side?
So
Where
by the
you're going
laundromat?
into the laundromat, somewhere.
Somewhere going to the laundromat.
I think the laundromat's in the main building. So yeah.
Said he
Yeah.
didn't think it was the first time it had ever been hit, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
didn't have any proof of that either. So.
Okay, I'll welcome look at it. When was it hit? How long ago?
November 12th.
So a little old. Okay.
That was a while ago.
It's
probably
6
right on the
weeks
corner.
ago.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's got to be on the corner.
Well, thanks, T-Bone, for coming down. I told you 1:30 thinking our public comment would only be
Sorry.
a half hour long.
Thanks, Adam.
And for
Thank
some
you.
reason, everybody wanted to, we had 3 or 4 other people. So I invited, last week I got a call from T-Bone, and I didn't quite remember because I was gone. Remember I called in that.
I lost $76,000, and I'm like, what? And I can't address that. I didn't have no clue about it, so I was like, I don't think so, but
Yeah. So this is what I know. So this is my best guess of what happened, is they were running short on cash in the general fund, right? And I think just casually they were saying that they can borrow money from the road fund. So I've looked at all of, from July 1 of 15 to today, and there's no transfer. They've actually never transferred any money out of your road into the general.
right. But the way I understood it, the way I understand it is, if they run short at the end of the year,
That's
it
their
will
plan.
come out. Well,
Okay.
they run
So-
short at the end of the year every year, so.
Not usually in the general fund. They didn't used to. We used to have reserves in the general
So how
fund.
come they're budgeting over
So
that much over then?
yeah, so we used to have reserves in the general fund, and we never had that issue. But it's just poor budgeting. It's poor lack of management of the budget. That's why I'm here. Truly,
Okay.
it's one of the main reasons
Well,
why I'm here.
I guess
is to get that budget back in line, to get people to pay attention to their budget and follow it, because that's what we have to do. We have limited money,
Right.
and we need to create a reserve back in the general fund. And so there's several reasons why that hasn't happened, but there's no reserves left. It's negative cash right now. So
Right.
it's kind of
And I'm listening to that. I heard that.
Yeah.
I'm just.
But this is the thing. If we ever borrow money from the road fund, there's a couple things that would happen. It's not just done casually. We would let you know. We would make up a repayment plan, and we would pay you interest on your money. You would actually make more interest lending it to the general fund than what it is investing right now. And the whole thing is official. It's all done on a resolution. And there's a time, I mean, it's all amortized. We make 2 payments a year, or monthly payment, or whatever at this interest rate. I don't know if we're going to need it or not. I haven't spent much time on fiscal year 16, so I'm still back in 15.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, that's
Part of our cash.
But we're not going to just transfer the money.
Well, that's and then
That
for when
cannot
I first
happen.
heard it, I'm like,
No.
what can be going on? I mean,
No.
because
Yeah.
we scrimp and save, and here I am in the need of snowplow trucks in the next couple of years, and I thought $70-some thousand. Shit, they just gave away a snowplow truck.
Yeah.
Not knowing what was going on or.
And there
Yeah.
will be better communication
Yeah, I would
now
never.
in
I
the
would
future.
never-
I mean, and if something comes up on the agenda, I would say, hey, Jason needs to be made aware of this. I would email you or call you, let you know, give you time to prepare those kinds of things. The things aren't
Well,
going
at
to be
least
done.
Comment on it and hear what's going on. I just don't
Absolutely.
like.
And it would be.
I
you
get
know,
told downtown that all this
Yeah.
is going on. I'm like,
So I think it was just some weird casual statement that, yeah, if it doesn't balance, we'll just take it from the road fund. I mean, I think that's what it was. I wasn't here, I don't know. But I think that's what happened. Because I know, like, even Judy Stang has mentioned it to me. She goes, they're taking money from the road fund. And I'm like, I don't know this. So I think it's just kind of something casually, somebody said it casually and it's just gone.
okay, and that So it is under like a deal where if the general fund, if they went over, then they could take
It is an option. Yep.
And it's
But
been
it's
done
not-
before, I believe, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's
Well,
definitely not done all the time. I think they.
No, I don't think it's been done in a
Maybe
while.
10, 15 years ago, I think they had some
But
loan.
see, 10, 15 years ago was well before the secure rules. Well,
Sure.
that was right when the secure rule schools would start getting going,
Yeah.
And once the secure rules schools came out, then there was parameters on that money. It couldn't be used for anything, and maybe it's okay for the loan type stuff, but.
Yeah,
You
the
know,
loans thing is.
Prior to that, I think
Well,
I believe
like-
that in the old days, or not the old days, but a long time ago, I believe they used money towards the jail, maybe the new jail.
I
don't
feel,
know.
I feel like it was for the RSID out on the Old Mill Peninsula.
It was.
They borrowed the money, to put the bridge in, and I think they borrowed it from the road. And it was 10 years. It was a 10-year RSID, and you were paid back over a 10-year period with interest, which was a good interest rate. So
just
that
go
was
with
the last
this $100,000 possible $100,000
Seven.
from these state entitlements. Is that already figured into the general fund? So are we still going to be short? Possibly.
in theory, I
You don't know because you haven't seen it. Yeah.
I don't know. If you look at it, I have no idea how that budget was done. But if you look at it in the general fund, they're only budgeting $25,000 because how they budgeted for state entitlement in 16 was what they got in 15. Well, what they got in 15 was $25,000 instead of $100,000 because of the distribution mistake.
Right.
So they just carried over
That same amount.
the amount of revenue, which is $75,000 roughly,
Right.
than what they should be getting. So there's the $75,000 fix right there. So that would leave us with zero.
So that's why
maybe.
we may not even have to consider any loan at all from the road fund, because we might be okay with what you just
Well, and
described.
the other thing too that was never considered is today, or maybe Monday, but I'm gonna book back all of that money from all those special districts. Mary hasn't done it. I told her I would do it. So that's, how much is that, you guys? So that's 230,000 total, right?
What they paid back already.
Yeah, minus the hospital and the West End.
That's
I'm-
100,000.
So you guys might be able to actually get some reserves.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed.
So I think,
Knock
you
on
know,
wood.
I think once we book that back, we get the real entitlement money. I don't think it will be that
Okay.
bad.
Well, I just wanted to get.
But-
I just wanted to talk about it.
Jason, do you come to department head meetings?
When I can.
Okay.
I'm.
Well,
Okay. Is there times that work better? Like, I'm almost thinking you guys are getting enough employees underneath you that maybe it should be separate from your department head meeting. Maybe it should be, you know, Jessica and Rode and me and Adam, we all sit down and have our own meeting outside of department head. I don't know how you guys want to do it.
I think only if we need to. I don't know. I'm not a huge meeting. I'm not a
I
huge
just
meeting
think
person.
Yeah.
Unless we have a need, but
As
that's
needed.
that's my not being such my good social skills. Because I'm like, no, I'd rather just go work.
And as far as the
You know?
department head meetings, you know, I miss most of them, but I try to stop in and update you guys and talk to you guys when.
I just want to make sure that you're getting information.
How
And
about
sometimes I think
Well,
that-
I get emails. I mean, anytime there's something going on, somebody emails me, and I usually get it. So
Okay.
how about this? If you ever have any questions, you can call me and Charlie.
even at 1 a.m.
No.
No.
So, and T-Bone, in
But
closing,
any question like financial thing, that's kind of what I'm here for now.
Well, yeah, and I haven't even
Okay.
talked to you since you
So.
took on this
Yeah.
thing. So you probably have to get your feet under you a little bit yet. But
I'm all over.
so
Yeah, but good.
so T-Bone, in closing, like Jessica mentioned in the past, and even before we were commissioners, some of the department heads would have a budget, but they wouldn't even follow it. They would end up running over because, oh, well, you know, it's just paper. And then it would have to be siphoned off the general fund to help them
Right.
at the end of the year. So, but we've never had that problem with you. I think I've said many times, you guys run on a shoestring. You keep track of your department. You guys are a tight running ship, so thanks for that.
yeah, well, thank
Do you get budget to actual reports?
Yeah, just about every month to see where we're at normally.
You do?
How do you get them?
I usually go through Stacy.
Oh, okay.
The budget query, actual budget versus actual.
So you haven't gotten one this year? So you haven't gotten one in 6 months? Because you
I
just put
do.
the budget in?
She
Yeah.
just.
Well, I got one, but it's probably not accurate.
Oh no.
Oh.
So yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Because
It's
she just
probably
inputted the budget, so you don't know
Right.
what. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Because
Jessica comes in as needed. In December, she'll be here a lot because it's going to be. Yeah, I'm sitting here doing the math again, and that
We can't list any employee names on here because they're not present, but Mako said that the one employee who's getting paid at a higher rate than the other employee, if they're doing the same job, that should not be happening. There should be, he said you could have a windfall, and just let him know that he shouldn't have gotten that. He wouldn't have to be required to pay it back. That it was paid to him in error. And that it was being reduced to reflect what it should be, either the same or less than what the current maintenance director is making. He said you can do that, or you can bump the other guy's salary up to meet that one. He said that it was posted, if it was posted for $9.50 an hour for a certain amount of hours, that we should not have paid him more than that. So
we didn't pay him more than that overall, but just per hour.
but that's what you listed it at a per hour rate. One of the big things that Jessica just gave me the information was to see if he was a contracted employee, because in the minutes it has him listed as a contracted employee and not that he was ever hired for specific
Hourly work.
contracting work. You never advertised for that position for it to be contracting work for him to be an employee. So there's several issues going on here that we need to correct. What he recommends that I do is I sit down with the clerk and recorder and with the county attorney and come back with a plan for you all to decide what to do. But you know, there's definitely some errors that happened here. No matter how good they were, you know.
Good intentions.
Yeah, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. But we cannot be paying one more than we're paying the other. So that's the first thing that has to be corrected right away.
So we can say, starting in whenever we decide, whatever, he can either, well, it was advertised at $9.50 an hour, 20 hours a week.
And after 6 months, it was going to go to 10.
Or whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway. So
For the janitorial.
For that part, yeah.
Right.
Yep.
If he is is he an employee for the special projects? The temporary thing isn't going to fly because he's been employed since 2014. So it's not going to fly anymore that it was temporary. So now we either need to advertise for it, I would think, or we have to have him be a contractor and submit a bid, at which case you're not going to get it for $16 an hour. He's going to charge you $25 or $30 an hour. So I would recommend waiting until I have time to sit down and talk with Marcia.
What about the
Marcia's
park?
going to be gone.
Yep. I mean, it's going to have to stay status quo for now.
What about the park? To keep the special project thing, 2 timesheets. Like, what if, like you said, $9.50? What if he agreed to keep it for the $9.50 and then the 10 after 6 months, and then just jump off and do a separate time card with a week's prior approval of whatever project that be, a new roof or the pillar or whatever. So he would still do what we originally intended that way. But then when he's doing cleaning, it would be the old, the rate that we agreed for cleaning.
Well, I would think he would need to be a contractor for those special projects, because then we're going to run into an issue of health insurance. We're going to run into.
None of the hours were.
But if you're having him at $9.50 an hour for the 20 hours is what it was advertised as, then you're like 10 hours short of him being a full-time employee. At 20 hours, you have to offer him the benefits already. So at 30 hours, he's going to be considered a full-time employee, and you're going to be paying for his benefits. What I would like to do is be able to get all of this in writing for you guys, so that way you can see all of your options. Because I feel really uncomfortable giving you your options without them sitting here and without Marcia having any knowledge of it. And Mako, I mean, I talked to Brian, and he just says that we've got to fix the wage thing as soon as we can. But he recommends waiting until I talk with Marcia and Stacy both. 1 more week isn't going to kill anybody.
Right.
But after Christmas, that following week, Marcia and Stacy and I need to sit down.
Marcia's not going to be here.
Marcia will be here on the.
I thought she was going to be gone until the first of the year.
She will be back the 28th. No, I lie. She says she's going to be gone until the 30th. She will be here Monday. So if for some by chance Stacy and Marcia are both here, I'll come down and.
When Stacy's supposed to come back from the surgery?
She's supposed to come back Monday, she says, because she's got payroll.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if she's gonna or not, but.
Aren't you glad you ran for re-election?
Aren't you glad you ran for election?
There's days I come down here, I swear we can't do no wrong.
Yeah.
Then we come back next week and we find out everything we did was wrong.
Well, I would recommend that from now on, what we'll do for employees is we'll have sheets for each employee saying the rate of pay, the number of hours, signed off by you three, put it in the minutes, and then taken up to Stacy for their file. So we're avoiding this.
Well, the whole problem, my whole lack of perspective was I wasn't thinking of the hourly rate. I was just thinking of at the end of the year, the money's the same.
That's with me. That's what I was looking at. This is the
We're
amount.
really not paying him more an hour.
I mean, you can bump them both back to 15, but you're going to be giving him
a
$2 an hour raise. You know.
Well,
regardless, one of them is going to have to either make less or the other is going to have to make more.
Right.
And I'm not really sure. I mean, either way.
Well, to be fair,
going to
have to make less, I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
But is he going to take a $3 an hour cut?
That's up to him. Then we'll turn around and we'll advertise and hire somebody to come in and clean for 20 hours a week.
I mean, ideally, it would be nice if he would agree to do it for, well, he's already got two months under his belt, so he would only have to start working really at the $9.50 an hour for another 4 months, and then the 6 months would be passed, and he'd get to have a 50-cent bump to 10. He'd have his $10 an hour, and then if we were still able to have him jump off and do the special projects, then he would have the benefit of added hours at the higher rate when those happen. But if you're saying that the insurance would be a problem, then
let me go look and see what you guys did in your.
Because if he can do the cleaning at what would be ideal is if he can do the cleaning at the 13 hours or 14 like we decided at the $10 an hour, and then with the remaining hours he has, 7 or whatever it is, do the locks, do the pillar. He would still, and then he would, but the hours would be limited, so we don't have to worry about the insurance. He would
that's right.
He would have the benefit of some of the hours being at the lower rate, but some of the hours being at the higher rate.
Yep, that's correct.
And he would still get what he says he can do in a week, the cleaning, and then he would still be able to mosey around and do these other things. But I think what we'd have to do is have those special projects be on our desk on one Friday and approved so he can do them the next, not find out when the timesheet comes in.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I did 14 hours.
And that's right. That's exactly right. That's another thing is that if they're doing stuff,
at that higher rate of pay, we have to know about it and say, that needs to be done.
They need to bring it to me the week before, so it's
Right.
included in your board packets. And, the other thing is people can't just come in here and I think what happened, this is what I think happened. I think he came in here during a public comment or as you guys were ending something else, and he thought a decision was made, and that's why it was never ever recorded.
Well, it's just like when Tim comes in all the
Yep,
time.
people cannot
He
just
comes
come
in all the time
here.
with stuff
And Roman, that's your job to say, you need to call Charlie, put it on an agenda for next week or the next time we're in and we'll discuss it. People can come in and talk to you as long as they're not expecting any decision to be made.
He walked in this morning and wanted Lori or I to sign that claim.
No, and that's what I said.
I handed it back to him.
Yeah, I did too, and that's why I gave it to Roman, because I said
it's on your shoulder.
Yeah, I'm not
just so you guys know,
Yeah.
I went and asked Jessica, there's one timesheet, should we have 2?
Yeah.
She said, yeah, and I said, what about the rate of pay? And she said, well, for now. So I went ahead and he gave me one timesheet and it said maintenance, and I wrote on there cleaning. So one's maintenance cleaning and one's maintenance special projects. One was 11 hours, one was 14. But then I initialed at $16 an hour because Stacy will want to know until we get this settled, so I just put it on there.
See, and in here, it was, what it says in the minutes is that employee will make up for the absence of the part-time janitor position. It doesn't ever say in here that he was hired. It just says that he would be making it up
with those
in
extra
absence
hours.
of. Right.
Yeah.
Well, it's just like, we've already approved to build some cabinets or something for the jury room, and then some work in Marcia's office. So, he was saying something the other day, well, I need to get some lumber or start getting those cabinets built or whatever for the jury room, and, we've already approved for him to do it, but
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
Yeah, we
I
should have
guess
it
maybe
in
he needs to
advance.
come in and say, okay, I'm gonna start on that next week, or,
Well, and it was never. I need to find it in the minutes. I need to go back through again with Stacy, because here it says on in his HR in his jacket it says that he was hired 10/24/14. But the only thing I could find is that he was being contracted. He was never hired as an employee, but he was given a W-2 and not a 1099. So that's the other thing. Is he a contracted employee or is he an employee of the county? That's something that we need some clarification on.
yeah, but he was doing stuff before I was ever even.
And I was always under
commissioner.
the assumption that when he did that it was always 1099. But
Yeah, see, I mean, he was
He's
doing
never
stuff
been
before-
1099.
Well, but see, that,
yeah, that's,
it's just like when I did my taxes last year, there was supposed to be something on there about, as far as our health insurance goes too, and Casey's going, how come you didn't get this? And so I went and asked, and they're going, we didn't know we were supposed to do that. So,
Well, this is for 14 and 15, and there was no 1099 done, and he was hired in 10
Oh.
of.
yeah, but I mean, he did stuff for the county back before I was even, because like the year before I was elected, he did like the floor in the justice court, and he did, something else he did. And then Kathleen's husband was doing the other stuff.
well, and that's what I don't think we could, well.
Oh, yeah, Brown. Yeah.
Yeah.
Another, yeah, that work that Kelly did for the, well, the Forest Service, you know, under the count, or the county paid him, and then when it was reimbursed, but, so I go in there and I asked Kelly, and I said, Kelly wanted to know, he says, well, am I gonna get a 1099?
Well, who's it come from?
Can you one?
It's gotta come from somebody. It's gotta either come from us or the Forest Service.
You would think, one would think.
Cause that, I mean, and it ain't just him.
No,
Well,
Darren,
Darren and
Yeah.
Tom Stevens.
And there's no 1099s here for any of those people.
no, and that's what I'm saying. It's-
See, and that's the
they
other
should
thing
have
is
been
at
done,
the
and
end
they're
of,
not.
like, probably like in February or March, maybe in January, you guys need to get a 1099 list, go through it, see if there's, because sometimes you guys, I mean, just like you guys know this.
We better check with the Forest Service and see what that MOU says. Somebody, oh boy, there'll be some hot water on that. That's quite a bit of money. I mean, how much it was?
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess it,
I mean, all.
well, I mean, it's just like, I mean, say if somebody was, I mean, hypothetically was to say, do some work for Kelly, which he does, you know, he always sends out 1099s.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's up to their discretion to send one out.
Yeah, but it's not government entities. I mean,
Right, yeah, I don't know.
this
Maybe
is
maybe government entities don't do them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they do.
I mean,
They're supposed to.
and that's when I asked, they said, well, government,
But it's still your job as the, I mean, it's still your job as the business.
It would be in that MOU.
right, but and that's what I did. I went to the clerk and recorder's office and I said, you know, Kelly needs 1099. We don't do them. We don't do 1099s.
Is the Forest Service
So then
doing
what do
it?
you do?
We gotta find it.
So what do you
You don't
do?
wanna get in trouble.
There's an MOU drawing up on that. What was the name of that? What do we call that?
Well, it was the Part E one. And they did the work on Part E, correct?
Tanya Brummett was the ranger.
I'll call Carol.
Well, why don't you call Jason first?
McLeese?
He would have just as much information as Forest Service.
I'm trying to think when we did that. I mean, I could go through it if we had.
My to-do list is really long
Well,
today.
Tanya was only here 2 years, so,
Well, it was just last summer that they did it.
yeah. Huh.
Or summer before last, because
Yeah.
he would have had the 1099 for this last tax year.
That's weird, because anytime I
I
ever,
asked.
saw.
Kelly says, would you find out? I mean, we're gonna go do our taxes. I need a 1099 for that, and I did. I specifically asked Kellyanne for 1099.
I worked for
We
Mike
don't,
Galloway one winter.
we don't.
Thought I was
Give 'em
working
out.
for him, and when it come time for the taxes, I never got nothing from him, and I called him and asked him, and he said, "Oh, well, Dick Vincent was the one paying me, he'll pay you." And about 2 months after I got my income tax refund back, I got a 1099 from Dick Vincent.
Kelly did that when he guided for Harvey one year.
So what do
Got done with got our taxes all done and everything, and then
just wondering what I should
she
do
ended
now.
up with a 1099 for Muriel, and
Give
we
him a heads
ended
up,
up, of
tell
course,
him
and got fined and got
Give him a
had to
heads
pay
up on ads,
penalty
too.
and
He's
interest.
either gonna get a
and-
pay increase
Really?
or
Oh yeah. Yep.
Huh.
We're about gonna have to.
unless you guys are at all
Oh.
thinking about increasing the other ones.
What are we talking about?
See how we can.
What's that?
She was just wondering.
I'm just wondering what I do now. Do I say something to said employee when he comes back and asks me? Or what do I say?
About a decision?
Hmm.
Well, we have to talk to Marcia and Mako and everything.
Okay.
And in the meantime, Jessica told me it has to stay at the 16
Yeah. I'll try and get it wrapped up before the month's end so that way we have a decision in
for
January.
2016.
Hmm.
Well, thanks for doing that, because yeah, it's going to take a little bit of somebody being here when Marcia's here. And
Hmm.
but it seems like you understand. I mean, we've explained to you how it unfolded, and you understand it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Fun
Well, I
stuff.
mean, if we're having to hire out all this maintenance stuff done, we need to change Roy's job description as just.
Don't say his name.
Or,
He's an employee, we can talk about him, yeah.
Not without him here.
No, yeah. Or, oh, no, but what I'm saying is, we need to maybe review his job description.
I just-
If we're having to hire out.
The other thing is that we can't be like, I mean, one of the things about HR is it's really, really important to have employers understand that employee rights are such.
Hey.
Yeah, not to change things where someone who's been here for 10 years suddenly
Well,
becomes
you
under-
can't make blanket statements like, he or she isn't doing their job. They're not doing this. Well, where's your proof? Where's his job description? Where's his evaluations? You have to have all of that documentation, and that's one of the things that whenever you go to these trainings that they pound into your head, document, document, document. If there's something that isn't being done, he needs to be given the opportunity to come in, or she, come in, sit down with their supervisor and have it written out on a piece of paper, what the expectations are and what is not being done. Because you can't just say, so-and-so isn't doing something, say something like that in a public meeting, and then expect to not have a blowback, because we're gonna have a blowback.
Well, we need to, these individuals that aren't happy with the job, document it.
Yep.
So it's documented instead of just saying, well, come on,
And if they come to you-
this is
Whoever it is, if they come to you, or me, we all need to say, you need to go talk to that department head and talk to them, because that's, when we start getting involved in employee matters, when we don't have the authority to, is when we start finding problems. You guys are in charge of everybody over the umbrella, but those department heads have quite a bit of pull and authority too.
So real quick, I mean, this is a good discussion. Should we approve our minutes before we forget?
Sure. Hi, Mom. What are you doing? Eating food.
So I read them, and the only, now that you're making them a little bit more professional sounding, and instruct the clerk to, is it draw down on warrants or you have instructed the clerk to draw on warrants?
Draw on warrants, so they're going to be drawing on those.
Draw, so then you meant that to be 2 words, draw on?
Yes.
Okay. You see what I'm saying? Because it says draw on there currently.
Yeah.
Okay. Otherwise, I didn't have any changes.
I didn't either.
Sounds good.
Okay.
I will make a motion that we approve December 11th minutes.
I would
With
second that
changes.
motion.
All in favor of passing the minutes, say aye.
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 I.
I make a motion.
I'll second it. To approve claims 30195 to
Oh, hang on 1 minute.
30198.
I'm not done. Not there.
In the amount of $436.65.
How much?
$436.65.
And the claim number was what? Oh, what's Roman calling me for?
30195.
Hello? Well, then hang up on me. 30495.
No, it's 30195
Okay.
through 30198.
And look at that. The last claim was 30194.
Imagine that.
Wow.